Hide the planet! Hide the planet!
Shut up and get...
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, Hacker Frogs. It's me, the Shy Hat. And hold on, I need to take a little water break. I need to have a little bit of water. Just a second. Okay, so we're going to be doing HackerFrogs After School today. We're going to be doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're going to be doing all sorts of stuff. And I noticed that my overlays are a little bit inaccurate. Let me change those. So the overlays are above the HackerFrogs mascot over there. Okay, we're going to be doing Python Basics session 5 today. We're going to be dealing with programming loops, lots of fun. And we're going to be doing HackMyVM Ephemeral2. That's the free hacking challenge we're going to be doing today. Okay, so let's see. Cade, hello, nice to see you here. New. Okay, Argos also says that they are new. Can I ask you, can teach me some sock things and home labs? So we have a set schedule over here at HackerFrogs, and if you want to take a look at what we're going to be doing on the schedule, this is the link that you want to take a look at. So every week we publish our stream schedule over at the HackerFrogs subreddit. And today is Monday, September 29th. This is Linux Mondays. And we're going to be talking about, well, we're going to start with some gaming. And so gaming helps us polish up our problem-solving skills. And we always need to approach problems from new perspectives in cybersecurity. So that's the first topic of the day. And the second topic of the day, we're going to be doing HackerFrogs After School. This is a course that we've been working through. And today I'm going to be teaching everybody about Python Basics. So this is session number 5. And we're going to be going over how to create programming loops in Python. So after that, we're going to be doing a demo. We're going to be veering away from what the printed topic is for the demo. We're actually going to be doing some Linux labs, some very easy Linux challenges over at hackmyvm.eu. And this one is called Venus. So Argos and Cade, if you want to stick around, we're going to be gaming for the first hour, and in the second hour we're going to be doing some programming in Python. If you don't know anything about Python, Python is a pretty easy programming language to get into, and hopefully you can join in and get some hands-on experience with programming in Python. So let's go ahead and start into our first topic for the day. The first topic is going to be, we're going to start with a little bit of gaming, and we've been working on this great puzzle game called The Witness. Net says, I made it on time. Hello, nice to see you here, Net. And looks like we've got all sorts of people here on YouTube bright and early. That's great. Okay, so we're going to be doing The Witness. The Witness is a great little puzzle game where we can really stretch out, well, we can really use our problem-solving abilities. I'll have a little bit of music running in the background. And the last time we did this game, Brian's, hello, nice to see you here. Wow, all the YouTube people are showing up. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to figure out what kind of pattern we need to make on this Fornax. Fornax, hello, nice to see you here. That's a great combo of emotes right there. And Jason IT Solution, hello, hello. We're just going to be doing our... Oh, you know what? My overlays are a bit inaccurate. Let me change those up. Okay, so right now we're doing topic 1, which is The Witness, which is a puzzle game. And we got on deck HackerFrogs After School Python Basics session number 5. So let's get into that. So what we need to do here is we need to figure out what kind of pattern we need to draw on this board. So I can see like a zigzag pattern there, and I need to see the rest of the pattern. So that's a Z starting from the top, and I think we can adjust these things over here. Okay, so what does that do? What does that do? Hold on. That doesn't seem to do anything. Wait, what is this affecting? So this is affecting these lights up here. But these lights don't really affect what we're looking at right now. Oh, you know what? I can see something there. So there's nothing on this side. What are these attached to? There's something on that side as well. Okay, let's try adjusting it down here. This makes it so none of these lights are active. It does affect this one. So I think I do see that the light on this panel is changing. So I'm just gonna try changing these up. I mean, I see some sort of marks at the corner, at the upper left corner there. Okay, let's adjust it again. Oh. Okay, well I see... Ah. Alright, so I think I know how to solve this puzzle. So you start here, then you make the Z here, and you exit here. No? Wait. Or maybe you need to start from the other direction. So make... like this. Okay. Okay. So this partially opens up this panel here. I don't see anything on this side. So I'm just gonna keep on adjusting the lights. So I see very faintly that there are some scratch marks at the lower right. And I see some scratch marks at the... I don't see any scratch marks here, but I did before. Okay, let me take a look at the So here I see... Man, this is really finicky. So there's no marks on the left-hand side? Oh man. Why is this so... Okay, so there's definitely marks on the lower right. Let me try one more time with the with no lights on. Thank you very much for following Doc E. Doc E or Dosi? I'm not too sure how to pronounce that name. Let me know how. Okay, so I do see some sort of reflection here, or some sort of scratches. Or I did. Wait, is it time sensitive? Okay, so I do see something here. So, something like this? No. Okay, so I see... Ah, it's going down. I mean, it's going down and then up. Or maybe the other way around. Okay, so I see some scratches. Okay, I think we can do it. This is it. What am I missing? Down, down, over. Or if we do it the other way. There's nothing... Doesn't matter as you like. Okay, no worries. Doki. That's a little bit easier for me to pronounce. Either that or it's this. No. Sunil, nice to see you here. Is this a hacking session? So we're starting with some gaming. So the first hour is going to be gaming, and then we're going to be doing Python programming. So Python programming, we're going to be teaching people how to do programming loops, and then afterwards we're going to be doing a demonstration on some very easy Linux hacking exercises, and then afterwards we're going to be doing our challenge, which is a Linux hacking CTF box. So if you want to take a look at the schedule, let me pull up the schedule for you. Just a second. There you go. But yeah, we're going to be starting into our educational stuff in about 50 minutes or so. So do we start here? Okay, let me fool around with the lighting just a little bit more. Okay, I see a little bit of something up in this corner, but nothing over here. Okay, let's do one more round. Same thing. I feel like I'm going crazy because there's only a few different combinations we can do here. Saint of Vice, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, let me demonstrate what I'm dealing with here. So let's Alt Tab, and we'll use this, our paint tool. So we get our paint tool. We see that there is something over here. There's something over here. There's a line that goes this way, and there's a line that goes this way. So we know that this line goes down this way. And we haven't seen any other scratches that indicate that these other parts of the diagram are being used. So I'm assuming that we go down here, because we do see this line going down. I don't think we're using this line. 187, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so yeah, I really don't know what I'm doing wrong. Okay, so we will go back to the game. Down, up. It's gotta be this, because we can't cross the lines. Oh, we can start from the center. Wait, if we're starting from the center, that doesn't really change much, does it? So if we go down here, can we stop in the center? So if we're stopping in the center, we can't really stop in the center either. You can't stop in the center, you can only start in the center. And the scratch marks heavily imply that this is just going diagonally down towards the center. This goes diagonally down towards the center. Yeah, looks like it feels like I'm going around in circles. So there's nothing on the upper right part that indicates that it's being used. So there's no scratch marks there. Let me play around with the lights one more time. Okay, we see here that there are scratch marks at the upper left. This is nothing we don't know already. But these marks kind of fade away after a while. Oh, no, 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 no. That's not true. You just need to get a certain angle. Oh, wow. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. Okay, I see it now. Okay, let's draw a little diagram. Okay, now we see this over here. So this is being used, which means it probably looks like this. All right, let's solve the puzzle. Let's solve the puzzle. Okay. Down, here, up. All right. Okay, great. Well, now we just need to figure out what this thing is. I have a feeling we're supposed to take a look at this from the top. because we have this vantage point, and I don't think we can adjust any of the lights to shine on the middle there any differently. Oh wait, maybe we can. Okay, so I see some lines. Let me start playing around with the lights. That doesn't shine any light. Okay, so, you know, let me start taking some screenshots, because my memory's really bad. Okay, I'll start taking some screenshots. I'll start making some doodles. Okay, so I see here that there's this pattern here. So there's that pattern there. Let's take a screenshot. Hold on, I gotta get my screenshotting program up and running first. Okay, so I'm just going to save that, and then we will close the screenshotting program, and then we will adjust the lights again. Okay, now we see okay, I see a pattern. Let me draw it out. So this game becomes a lot easier when you've got some when you can draw on the screen. Okay, so there's this pattern over here. We can't see anything else there, so I'm just gonna save this as a screenshot. Okay, let's adjust the lights again. Okay, we've done that one already. Don't have a good angle on this. Oh no, I do see something. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's sketch this out. Okay, so we see this over here. Alright, let's save that. Screenshot it. Okay, so I need to take the screenshots, and I need to create a composite of everything I've seen. All right, so let me get out of here. Let me bring up my screenshots. Okay, here's one screenshot. Let's draw this out. Okay, we will. So this is from the opposite corner. We're starting here, we're going up 2 spaces, and then we're going in 1, and then up, and then over 1. Okay, so that's the first one. Let me grab the second screenshot. So the second screenshot, which is this one, this shows let's see. It shows the same thing. It shows just this part over here. Okay, well, I mean, that doesn't help too much, but we've got one more screenshot. Okay, so this is the screenshot I'm looking at here, and we're just going to record this on our sketch. Okay, so this is down over here and then over. So how do we... So I'm assuming that it would be something like this, and then up here to exit. This is... Let's see if this works. So let me screenshot this, then I can follow it. Memes, hello, nice to see you here. We're just doing a little bit of puzzle gaming, like we do. And let me pull up the screenshot I'm going to be following. So we created this over here to follow, and let's go do that. Okay, so it starts here, or maybe it starts here. Starts here, then down, then over, then up, then like this. No, we'll do the opposite. Uh-oh. Are we not allowed to... Ugh. Do we need to do both of these again? Alright. Okay, so we started from the upper left before, we'll start from the lower right. Oh, we can't start from the lower right. Hold on, let me play around with the lights a little more. Oh, the autumn sale is on now, apparently. I thought I saw something. Wait. Okay. So... do I have this information already? No, this is new. Oh man, this changes some things. Hold on, let me screenshot this. Actually, first, let's draw. Okay, so this is this. Where's my pen? Clear pen tool. I can't draw anymore. That's no good. Okay, let me save that. Okay, so this kind of changes some things. We saw we start here. Do we start here? I'm starting to doubt myself. Hold on, let me take a look at the screenshots. So we got a number of screenshots that we took. There's this thing. There's this thing. There's this one. Net says start from left corner, top corner, into corner. Okay, let me follow what you're talking about. You're talking about start from left top corner. So left top corner. So I'm assuming this is the orientation we're supposed to be looking at. Left top corner, down 3, right 2, up 1, left 1, up 1, left 1, up 2, right 1, down 1, right 1, down 2, into the corner here. Well, I mean, that does line up with most of the stuff that we saw. Alright, that works. Now what? Okay, so it opens up a door. Great. More stuff awaits us downstairs, huh? Thank you very much, Ned. I think I got most of that. Anyways, so I guess we're going all the way down, and then oh, more of this stuff, huh? We got more layers of this stuff. Oh wait, I see a pattern. Let me screenshot this. Okay, so I see that pattern there, now that it's turned off. And do I see any other weird patterns in these screens? Okay, I see a pattern at the bottom there. Let me screenshot that as well. Okay, and so as we come down, we do see a pattern here. So this just goes across the top. And I'll screen that for fun. So this goes down. This definitely goes down. This definitely does not go down. It does not go through the center. Okay, so that means it's like this. No? Maybe we start from the opposite end. Either that, or like this, or like this. Because it doesn't go down into the... It goes like this. I'm thinking we start here. It shows it going down, but... I mean, the only other possibility is that it goes all the way over here. Alright. What about this one? I don't see anything here. Wait, didn't we already see something like this? Let me take a look at my screenshots. Okay, this was for the one down below. These are both for down below. Are these mirrors? Okay, so... Wait, we see... What is this? Is this supposed to represent this? So it's from the center, then down, and then around, and then to the end. Wait, but we need to make this wedge shape as well. So start here. You know, just in case, I'm just going to do a little walk around to make sure I can't see any other solutions for these puzzles. If there was some way for me to get down there, is there a way down? No, I don't see it. This is just a room. Oh, there's another solution. Hold on, let me screenshot that. Oh, there's a door over here. Silas Roger, hey, what is up? And that's another solution. Okay, let's screenshot that. Oh, you know what? Can we solve these from down here? Maybe we can. Nope, doesn't look like we can. Wait, this is a mirror. This is a mirror. Okay, so if it's a mirror, then we do... Down, no wait, up, then over, like this. Alright, that's really interesting. And there's a mirror over here as well, but we can't see what's in the mirror now. But we took a screenshot earlier. It's inverted. That's yeah, that's some trickery. Okay, let me take a look at my screenshots. It should be in one of them. Okay, so we got this screenshot. Let's make this a little smaller so that we can... So is it this one? We're looking at one that has the wire coming up from the right. Is this it? ZGZG, hello, nice to see you here. And 3D Code Warrior, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, I think it might be this one. Let me try this one. Oh wow, hold on. Did we see this? This one right here. Yeah, I need to take a picture of it. Okay, I'm probably gonna need to take 2 screenshots. And that's the second one. Okay. And there are no... So there's just 3 more. Let me figure out where... Okay, so this was the Pac-Man looking thing. So this one's got to be... Oh! You can see it even when it's lit up. Hold on, let's go ahead and solve it then. Okay, so it starts at the... here? No. It starts here. And then it goes diagonal, and then down, and then like that. Alright, and then this one is... Where does it start from? It starts from this side. Then it goes down. Alright, I need to consult my screenshots. Okay, so the screenshots, we got this one, we have this one. So that starts at the top left, and then it goes down towards the center, and then it goes up to the center, and then down, and then up to the top. Okay, let's see if this works. So start here, go down, up, down, around to the top. Is it supposed to go... Maybe I'm supposed to go this way. In which case it's mirrored. And it goes like this. Yeah, okay. Alright. One more? Or did we... So this is the last one. So we saw something, right? Hold on, let me grab my screenshots. So this one's got to start at the top, and then go around, and then make that M shape. So let me try. Start at the top. Go around, make the M shape. No? Or is it the opposite? Start at the top. Go down. Okay. Alright, that opened up the door, so we can continue. Alright, open the door. I hope that was it. I hope there are no more of these puzzles. Oh no, there's more of these puzzles. Oh boy. So I mean, I can't... What happens when we start using these levers? Is this... Oh man, this looks... So the water level is lowering? This is trippy. Okay, so it goes all the way down there. I have no idea how to solve these. Okay, so I see a shape down there. I'm gonna take a screenshot now. I mean, are these mirrored? I can't get these both on this. Actually, I think I can. So start down here. Oops. Ah. Won't let me see this. So this is just start at the bottom and then go left and then zigzag up to the top. Start at the bottom, go left, zigzag up to the top. Okay, so that works. And I can't see the reflection of the other puzzle. So I think we need to... adjust the water again. So this is gonna fill the water. Oh, you know what? It's gonna show for a very split second. Okay, I'm gonna screenshot this. So I'm pretty sure this isn't going to... start here. Okay, let me take a look at my screenshot. This is what the screenshots are for. Okay, so it's start at the top, or I guess start at the bottom, and then go up, and then zigzag. Let me see if I can follow this. So start at the bottom, go up, zigzag. Okay, so this leads to this top puzzle. So the top puzzle, we see the reflection. We probably need to bring the thing back down. So we're just going to take a look at the reflection, and when the reflection shows us the solution, we'll screenshot it. I didn't see the solution. Did you guys see the solution? Okay, well we don't see anything here. So the other puzzle is this one, but I don't see a reflection of this puzzle. Actually, we could see a reflection of this puzzle if we bring the water up. So we'll try to bring the water up one more time. We'll keep an eye out. Oh, I see it. I see the reflection of the other puzzle. Okay. The other puzzle's reflection. Yeah, I don't see it. This reflection doesn't show us anything either. I wonder if I'm missing something. Okay, let me take a look at my screenshots. Because I might have taken a screenshot of something earlier. Okay, here's a zigzag. We've already done this one. We've already done this one. These are birds. Should I try failing this on purpose so that it goes dark? Okay, so it looks like it doesn't go dark if we fail it over and over again. So how do we get the solution for this? I'm gonna try sending it back down again. Oh, you know what? I see something. Hold on. Alright, I think I see a solution. Let me screenshot this. Yeah, that's devious. It's only on the screen for a split second. And we've got the one for the other puzzle across the way as well. Okay, let me send it back up. Because I saw a solution for the other puzzle. Yeah, we should see it pretty clearly in just a sec. Okay, screenshot this. But this one's pretty obvious. Okay, anyways, let's solve this puzzle. So let me show you the screenshot I took. So this is the screenshot I took right here. It looks like we start from the top, and then we start from the top, we go across the bottom, and then we exit at the top. Okay, let's see if we can recreate this. Start at the top, we go across the bottom. Did I? We start at the bottom? Okay, well, now it's this one. But we took a picture of this one earlier. So let me show you the screenshot I did. Screenshot we took was that. So it looks like it's going straight from the top and then to the middle and then up towards the right and then circle around to the bottom. Hold on. Am I looking at the wrong thing right now? Start here, go... Huh, why... Alright, let me full screen this. Why isn't it letting me move in these directions? Oh, it's because there's water covering it. Okay, so if there's no water covering it, I should be able to solve the puzzle. So it is like this. Or maybe the opposite? Okay, so what did that activate? So follow this cable, it goes where? Got about 6 minutes to solve the rest of these puzzles, huh? It goes over to this light. And the light is... It's probably shining in a direction where I can get the solution for this final puzzle. Okay, let's send this thing back down. Wait. Is this the puzzle? Huh. Well, I mean, I don't have a reflection for this. Okay, so one more time. Okay, so that's where the puzzle is. Let's send the water back up. And we'll stare at this thing. I don't see it changing in any way. Where's the reflection supposed to be coming from? If we look up, there's nothing... Oh, okay, okay, I see something in the light. So there's a zigzag pattern that goes down over like this. Let me draw with my pen tool. I can't draw with my pen tool anymore. Okay, let's take a screenshot. I'll take a screenshot here, and then so we see there's a zigzag pattern there. It looks like it's going up. We'll go on to the other side and we'll make an assessment on that side as well. I don't see anything on this side. Okay, well, I guess we can try to brute force it based on what we saw here. So it's like this. Nope. So it definitely does. Let's see if I can take a look from this perspective. There's nothing, I can't see anything here. Maybe if I send it back down. Okay, let's send it back down. We'll just stare at this thing until we get the whole picture. Okay, do we see the whole picture? Okay, well, I mean, is it like a big letter E? Can we solve it from here? No. Hold on. Okay. That's one more puzzle solved. So what did that do? Oh, we're running out of time. Okay, so that activated a wire, but I'm not too sure where that wire leads. You know, as much as I'd like to spend a little bit more time finishing this, we need to move on to the next part of the stream. Okay, so everybody, if you're here just for the puzzle game, we'll be back and doing more puzzling action in about a week or so, but we're going to be moving on into the next part of the stream. So the next part of the stream, we're going to be doing Python coding. So Python coding, we're learning about loops today, and for anybody who wants to take a look at our schedule for today, we're going to be using these links. Okay, let's move on into the next topic. So topic 1 is done. Topic 2 is here. Topic 3 is on deck. Okay. Alright, so let me put 60 minutes on the clock and we'll start into the next portion of the stream. Okay, everybody. This is HackerFrogs AfterSchool Python Programming Basics Part 5. So if you haven't been here for the past 4 sessions, it's okay. We'll try to make things as easy as possible so that we can all get into hacking with Python. So this workshop is the 5th intro class to Python programming. During our last workshop, we learned about a few programming concepts through Python, including the following. Conditions. So conditions are used in programs to determine a program's course of action. They rely on the evaluation of Boolean statements to determine if certain instructions are performed or not. So we got over here, if password is equal to my secret password, then do something. So print password correct, otherwise, else, print incorrect password. So these are if statements. They're very important for loops, and we're going to be talking about loops today. Okay, so this workshop's topics, what are we talking about? We're talking about loops in general, and then we're going to talk about the two types of loops that are encountered in Python, which is for loops and while loops. Okay, so programming loops. So I've got my pen tool over here. I'm just going to put it away. Okay, so programming loops are tools that programmers use to run the same instructions multiple times. So we'll just shut down the music for this segment of the stream because it's a little bit distracting. So let's continue. Okay, so for I in range, for do something. So print I. So this is a code block over here. Whenever you see the colon inside of Python, that is a code block, and whatever comes afterwards, those instructions are going to be indented, and which means that they're going to have a number of spaces that go in, and this is how Python shows code blocks. So this for loop over here, it's just going to print the whatever is being iterated over, which is the object I in this case. So it's just going to print a number 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, and that's what it does. We'll talk a little bit more about this in just a sec. So here the code repeats the instructions 4 times, and each time the value of I is printed. So the first time I is equal to 0, then I is equal to 1, 2, and then 3. It stops before the number 4 because it started counting from 0. So remember that in a lot of cases, computer programs like counting from 0, which is something you need to get used to. So there are 2 major categories of loops in Python. There are for loops and there are while loops. So we're going to talk about what for loops are first, and then we'll talk about while loops. So for loops are instructions that repeat for each item in a set. The loop stops after the instructions that have been performed on all items in the set. So in this case, the range is a list of numbers. So the list of numbers, there's 4 numbers in all. They start from 0, they end at 3. And for each one of these items, something's going to be done to that, something is going to be done. And in this case, we're going to print the item, and that's it. So for loops, animal equals frog. Any object that can be referenced by index can be used in a for loop, including strings. So in this case, we got animal equals frog, for I in animal, print I. So in this case, I is the is each of the objects inside of the animal variable. So in this case, it's a string, so each object is each one of these characters. So let's go ahead and if you want to follow along, we use this online Python website to write our code for the lessons. So it's just a very convenient place to write some Python code. And you'll see here that there's already some code present when you arrive on the page. We're just going to get rid of all the code there, and then we'll start writing our own code. Let's make this a bit bigger so that the ads disappear. Maybe a little smaller. Okay. So what are we going to do? Okay, so let's just say that our long name is equal to something. What is a long name? Rumpelstiltskin. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is not the correct spelling of Rumpelstiltskin, but we'll just improvise. Okay, so for I in long name, we're going to do something. So this is a for loop. It's going to run as long as there are things inside of the range. So the range in this case is long name, and long name is a string. So it's going to run for each one of the letters inside of long name here. We're just going to print I. And then that's it. So this is just a very simple for loop. It prints out each one of the objects inside of the variable, which is long name. Quasm Plays, hello, nice to see you here. Just doing a little lesson on Python right now. So we got our for loop, and it's just going to print out all of the letters in Rumpelstiltskin. Okay, so let's run it. And we see here, well, I think we can we scroll up? I don't think we can. Oh, we can, okay. So it starts here, whoops, RUMPEL, etc., etc. It just prints out each one of these letters. Quasm Play says, after a very long time, it came back to your live. Well, welcome back. Nice to see you here, Quasm Plays, and hope you can learn a lot over here. All right, so this is the for loop, and for each one of these characters over here, this doesn't necessarily need to be a name. It could be a list. So let's just call this long list instead, and we'll make this a list. So remember that things in a list are going to be inside of these square brackets, and they're going to be separated by these commas. So for each item in the list, we're going to print it out. And I think, yeah, this is what we're going to make for our list. So it's the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the letter A. So for I in long list, we're going to print out the thing. And let's go ahead and do that. Invalid syntax. Oh, sorry, we need to have a comma over here. So whenever we create code blocks in Python, we need the comma, and then the next thing in the code block is going to be indented. Quasm Play says, did you manage the playlists like before I said you? What kind of playlist were you looking for? I don't remember. I don't remember what kind of playlist you were looking for. Okay, so we print out each one of the things in the list. In this case, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the letter A. So we can for the most part, when you work with for lists, you're going to be working with for the most part, when you're working with for loops, you're going to be iterating over each item in a list or each item in a string. So in this case, this is pretty typical. Okay, let's move on. So for loops. To write a for loop, we begin with the keyword for, and then a variable name that is only used inside the loop. Typically the letter I, and then in, and then the name of the object to be iterated over, and then a colon. So for I in range. So when we just want to iterate over a bunch of numbers, we use the range function like this, and then we list the length of the range function. It creates a list of numbers, and in this case it makes a list of numbers from 0 to 9, because 0 to 9 is 10 numbers. So for each thing in the list, we're going to print out the item, which is I. So when we say I, we're just referencing the thing in the list, or the thing that is iterated over. You can name this whatever you want. You could name it the word item, you could name it the word number. It just needs to be consistent while you're doing the code inside of the for loop. So for example, if we go over to online Python over here, so for I, we'll just call this item, item in long list. We're going to print item, and this does the same thing. Okay. Okay, Quasm says, your playlists are all messy, like the content inside the same, but your playlist has 2 or 3 names for the same playlists. I mean, not all the playlists they're messy, sure, but not everything necessarily overlaps, but it does happen that there's a lot of stuff that goes into the same playlists. Okay. Oh, right. I remember. Quasm Plays, you were bugging me a lot about fixing my playlists. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, well, I mean, fixing my playlist is very low on my priorities right now, so they're probably not going to be fixed for a long time. Okay, so it could be item, it could be number. You just need to make sure that whatever you use for the iterator variable, it stays the same. Okay, we can even call this object if you wanted to. But most of the time, to save space, we use the letter I. And pretty sure that the letter I stands for iteration. Anyways, let's go back. So on the next instruction, we indent the line 4 spaces. So typically 4 spaces. You can also use 2. You just have to make sure that the number of spaces that you're indenting is going to be the same throughout your code. Otherwise, you're going to run into some real big problems. Yeah, we have a Discord server now. So if you want to join the Discord server, you can join over at this link. Okay, so this is how you create your for loops. So all for loops iterate over the contents of an object. So typically a list. In fact, the range function creates a list with a series of numbers depending on the arguments given to it. So typically when you just want to deal with numbers when you're with your for loop, you just write it like this. So for I in range, so range is a function. You know that it's a function because it's got these parentheses over here. And we could do 5, we could do 50, we could do however many objects we want. Okay, and we run that and we print out the number. Okay, and let's go back. Okay, Quasm, it looks like one of your messages got auto-modded there. The other type of loop is the while loop, which, unlike the for loop, does not have an assumed end condition. So when we're writing while loops, we are going to be dealing with Boolean conditions. So we learned about Boolean conditions in the previous lesson. So count equals 0. While count is less than 3, then do something. So print count, and then count gets increased by 1. So we can go ahead and create the code over here. So count equals 0. Whoops, 0. While count less than 3, do something. So print count, and then count plus equals 1. So this is going to make sure that each time the loop runs, that the count variable is going to increase by 1. So if we run the script, we're going to get 0, 1, and 2. So let's talk a little bit about this. So here the loop keeps running until the count variable is no longer less than 3. And each iteration of the loop prints the value of the count, then increases the value of count by 1. So the reason why we don't get the number 3 when we run this loop is because when the count equals 3, count is not less than 3, and that's going to terminate the loop. So the loop only runs while the condition that we set in here is true, and when it becomes false, then the loop ends. So we can see that while loops and if conditionals are very closely related, since each time a while loop iterates, it checks if its running condition is still true and ends if the statement is false. So the first time this runs, count equals 0, so it does the check. If it's less than 3, it is less than 3, so it runs. Then the next time it runs the thing, it checks if it's less than 3. Then it checks if it's less than 3 over here. When count becomes 3, it checks, and this is a false statement now. So because it's a false statement, it stops running. Okay, so in our example, the loop runs over and over again while the statements applied to it remains true. Once the count variable is incremented to 3, then count less than 3 returns false and the loop ends. So we begin a while loop with the while keyword and then the statement that must evaluate true for the loop to execute, then a colon. So while count less than 3 colon, and because it's a colon, this means it's a code block, and everything that's inside of the code block has to be indented. So then on the next line, indent 4 spaces, then input the loop instructions. Typically, the last loop instruction progresses a variable towards a state where the loop condition will return false. So if you don't have an instruction inside the loop that progresses the loop towards a state where it will return false, then you're going to create an infinite loop, which is very, very bad. So what happens if the while loop is coded in such a way that where the Boolean statement will never return false, the loop will never end naturally and creates what is called an infinite loop. So we've got an example over here, count equals 1, while count is not 0, print count, and then count goes up by 1. So this is an example of an infinite loop because this will never end. Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll try creating this. So count equals 1. So while count is not 0, print count, and then count goes up by 1. So the problem here, while count is not 0, so count will never be 0. So it will always iterate count and it will always print count. And if we run this, it goes up infinitely basically, and then it will never end. So we have to be very careful when we're creating our while loops to not create an infinite loop, or at least not create an infinite loop that doesn't have an end condition. Okay, although there are cases where programmers want to create infinite loops in their programs, unintentional infinite loops effectively halt program execution, leading to system memory issues, crashes, or other problems. Okay, so the next thing we're going to talk about is the break statement. The break statement is an instruction we can insert into programming loops, and when executed, the break instruction terminates execution of the current loop. Okay, so what do we have here? We got some code. Count equals 0, while true. So while true is an infinite loop by default. So while true means until something breaks the loop, keep on running. So print count goes up by 1, plus equals 1. If count equals 4, then break. So break will end the loop. So let's demonstrate this. So count equals 0. So instead of while something, we're just going to do while true. So while true is an example of an infinite loop that you create intentionally. So print count plus equals 1, which means it goes up by 1 each time we do the loop. And if count is equal to 4, break. So this is what is going to terminate the loop. So if we run this code here, it goes 0, 1, 2, 3, and then when it reaches 4, then it breaks out of the loop. Okay, so this is a while true loop. This example also uses the while true style of loop, which is an infinite loop by default, and requires another means inserted within the loop to terminate the loop properly. For example, the break statement. So the continue, okay, so the next thing we're going to talk about is the continue statement. So the continue statement is an instruction that stops execution in the current loop and begins a new iteration of the loop. So the difference between break and continue is that break will end the entire loop, and continue will only end that one iteration of the loop, and the loop will keep on running. So like I said, instruction that stops execution in the current loop and begins a new iteration of the loop. It differs from the break statement because it doesn't terminate the whole loop, just that one iteration of it. Okay, so in this case, we've got for I in range 5, if I modulo 2 equals 1, then continue. Otherwise, print something is an even number. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this code. For I in range, let's just do this as range 10. So we'll print, we'll check to see if this is an even number or an odd number. What are we checking for in the code here? So if I modulo 2 equals 1, if I modulo 2 equals 1, then do something, then continue. So in this case, we're checking to see if this is an odd number. So if we modulo something, we divide it by 2. If there's a remainder of 1, that means it's an odd number. But otherwise, we're going to do something. Otherwise, print with an f string. Remember, f strings let us put variables inside the print statement. So let's see. So we'll do I is an even number. Okay, with an exclamation point? Sure. Okay, so this is going to run 10 times over some numbers. If the number is odd, it's going to skip over to the next part, to the next iteration of the loop. Otherwise, it's going to print that the number is an even number. Okay, let's go ahead and run this. So 0 is an even number, 2 is an even number, 4 is an even number, 6 and 8 is an even number. It skipped over all of the odd numbers because this evaluated to true on the odd numbers, and then it skipped over that part of the loop. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch. So run an ad on YouTube, and we'll put on some birds. Okay, and let's hang out with the birds. So during the break, we're just going to take a little pause and have a little water break. Enjoy the birds, and I'll put on some music for just a little bit. We'll be back in about 45 seconds. Jeffrey Jones says, hi. Hi, Jeffrey Jones. How are you doing? We're just taking a little water break. Let's end the break now, and let's get back to the hacking. Jeffrey Jones says, good to be back. Hey, welcome back. Nice to see you here. Okay, so we were just talking about these some keywords we're using inside the loops, stuff like continue and break, and let's get back to the lesson. So continue statement, it's a method that we can use to stop execution of only the current iteration of the loop and then move on to the next one. Oh, let me shut down the music. Okay, so the else clause. So just as we can use if conditionals within loops, we can also use the else clause to execute instructions in the case that an if condition returns false. So we've got here some code for I in range for if I modulo 2 is equal to 0, then we're going to print that number is an even number, or else we're going to print that number is an odd number. So if we use any if statement inside of our loops, we can also use the else keyword to give an alternative. So let's go ahead and try this. So let's see. So if I modulo 2 is equal to 1, we're going to print something. So that's an odd number. In this case, it's going to be I is an odd number, and then we'll put the else keyword here. So else print I is an even number. So we're just going to run through the numbers 0 to 9 and then print off if it's an odd number or an even number. And let's go ahead and do that. Okay, 0 even, 1 odd, etc., etc. Okay, so this is what we're doing in this loop. Let's move on. We'll do our programming loops exercise. Let's practice using loops in Python at the following URL. So I'm not a big fan of the Learn Python website anymore, but let's see if we can find something inside of W3 Schools. So W3 Schools is one of my favorite websites to learn programming concepts. And let's go over to our loops. We've got our while loops and our for loops. Okay, so let's see, while loops. All right, so everybody, this is the page that we're going to be looking at. So we're just going to go over the concepts on this on these couple of pages. Okay, so we're talking about while loops. With the while loop, we can execute a set of statements as long as this condition is true. Hanky, hello, good morning from Southeast Asia. Yeah, Hanky, I think I remember you saying that you were from Indonesia. Was it Indonesia, or was it Malaysia? It was one of those two, I'm pretty sure. But welcome to the stream, Hanky. Okay, so we've got an example here. Print I as long as I is less than 6. So I equals 1. While I is less than 6, do something. So in this case, print I, and then I plus equals 1. Okay, so when we run the code, it prints out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but it skips over 6, because when I equals 6, then the while loop condition becomes false, and then it stops. Okay, let's move on to the next thing. So remember to increment I, or else the loop will run forever. So the while loop requires relevant variables to be ready. In this example, we need to define an indexing variable I, which we set to 1. Okay, and next we talk about the break statement. With the break statement, we can stop the loop even if the while condition is true. So exit the loop when I is 3. So let's make this a little bit bigger. Okay, so we got the code. I equals 1. While I is less than 6, print I, but if I is equal to 3, then we break. And then the last instruction is I plus equals 1. So this does iterate the I variable here. We need to make sure that this happens inside of our while loops and our for loops. Otherwise, we'll have an infinite loop and then we'll have a very bad time. Okay, so let's go ahead and do a little test. So if I equals 3, we're going to break. So what is the last number that's going to be printed is it going to be 3 or is it going to be 2? So let us know in chat. So is the last number printed in this program 3 or is the last number printed in this program 2? If you know, let us know with the number in the chat. Or is the last number that's going to be printed 6? So this is a little test. So the answer is that the last number that's going to be printed should be the number 2. Bendel Ali, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Mello Brandon says that's number 6. Let's go ahead and run the code for ourselves. So when we run the code, we see that the number 3 is printed. So the reason the number 3 is printed is that the print statement comes before the break statement. So I becomes 3, and then it's printed out, and then it's checked for the break. So the number 3 is printed out. Okay, so if your answer was the number 3, then you're correct. All right, let's move on down. So the continue statement. So with the continue statement, we can stop the current iteration and we can continue with the next. So remember that continue doesn't break the entire loop. It only breaks that one iteration of it. So in the example, it says continue to the next iteration if I is 3. So we got I equals 0. While I is less than 6, I is iterated by 1. I goes up by 1. If I is equal to 3, then continue. Print I. So what is the last number that's going to be printed in this code? So while I is less than 6, okay, Jeffrey Jones says the number 2 is the last number that's going to be printed out. Okay, so the answer is actually a little bit tricky. The last number that's going to be printed out, my guess is that the last number that's going to be printed out is 5. It's going to be 1, 2, 4, 5. 1, 2, 4, 5, and we're going to skip the number 3. Because if I is equal to 3, then we continue. Chris, hello, nice to see you here. Let's go ahead and run the code. Okay, so 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. So 3 is skipped, but let's see. Oh, you know what? I guess that 6 wouldn't be printed out. Okay. It's because I is less than 6. 6 is printed out. Huh. It must be because I is iterated before the print statement. So I becomes 6, and then it's printed out, and then they check. So this is why 6 is printed out in this case. Chris, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, let's continue. Okay, the else statement. So with the else statement, we can run a block of code once when the condition is no longer true. So what are we doing here? So print a message once the condition is false. So I equals 1. While I is less than 6, print I, and then I goes up by 1. Or else, print I is no longer less than 6. So we could probably add something else to this code in just a second. But let's do a little test. So while I less than 6, print I, and then I plus equals 1. So what is the last number that's going to be printed in this case? While I is less than 6, print I. So is the last number that's going to be printed here, is it going to be 5 or is it going to be 6? It's either going to be 5 or 6. Okay, and the answer is, okay, so we got some predictions here. So Mellow Brandon says that it's going to be 5. I also think it's going to be 5. Let's go ahead and test the code. Okay, so we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I is no longer less than 6. And you know what we could do? We could add something to this. So we're going to, I is no longer less than 6. I is I. Okay, so let's see if this works. I is no longer less than 6. I is 6. Okay, so this works. That's great. Let's is there anything else? Exercise. So which statement is the correct syntax to break out of a loop? Okay, so when we want to break out of a loop, do we use the end statement, the return statement, or the break statement? It's one of these three. And the big hint is we only learned about one of these. And the other big hint is that it's mentioned in the sentence here. So the answer in this case is the break statement. Submit that. And this is the correct answer. Surely it has to be end. It has to be end, of course. I mean break. Yes. All right, let's go back. So this was the end of the exercise. So this is the while loop. We also have the for loop. So let's do the exercise for the for loop. IOI, of course. A for loop is used for iterating over a sequence that is either a list, a tuple, a dictionary, a set, or a string. This is less like the for keyword for other programming languages and works more like the iterator method as found in other object-oriented programming languages. With the for loop, we can execute a set of statements once for each item in the list or tuple, etc., etc. So print each fruit in the fruit list. So fruits equals apple, banana, cherry. For x in fruits, print x. So this is pretty straightforward. It'll print off every item in the list. So when we run this, we print off every item in the list. Neems asks, what is this? What is this? So this is Python programming. So, okay. Chris says technically it's possible to break out of the loop with the return statement. I mean, technically true, but that's not exactly how the return statement is intended to be used. Okay, so what else could we do with this? So for x and fruits, print x. We can also do if x is equal to the string banana, then do something. Print off something else. How many spaces are they using here? 2 spaces. Okay. Print as an f string is my favorite. Okay, and then we can try running that. And then apple, banana, banana is my favorite, and then cherry. So we can give a little if statement, and then we can also put an else statement in here as well. So else print is not my favorite. Okay, and then we can try this. Apple, apple is not my favorite. Banana, banana is my favorite, etc., etc. Okay, let's move on. So looping through a string. Even strings are iterable objects that contain a sequence of characters. So loop through the letters in the word banana. So for X in banana, print X. So this is pretty straightforward. So most of the time when you're using the for loop, you're going to be iterating over a list or a tuple or a dictionary or a range or a string in this case. So this is going to print off all the letters in the word banana. Next, we got the break statement. So with the break statement, we can stop the loop before it's looped through all the items. So exit the loop when X is banana. So fruits equals apple, banana, cherry. For X in fruits, print X. If X equals banana, then break. Okay, so we also have an example down here. Exit the loop when X is banana, but this time the break comes before the print. So fruits equals apple, banana, cherry. If for X in fruits, print X. If X equals banana, then break. Print X. So, all right. So here's the test. So in this loop, will banana be printed? So what is the last item that's going to be printed? Is it banana or not banana? So it says the break comes before the print. Do we print banana or do we not print banana? So in this case, banana is not printed. So the only thing that's going to be printed is apple. So if we run the code, the only thing that's printed is apple. But if we put print X up here, then we do get banana. Okay. The continue statement. With the continue statement, we can stop the current iteration of the loop and continue with the next. Okay, do not print banana. So fruits equals apple, banana, and cherry. For X in fruits, if X is equal to banana, continue, print X. Okay. So this is going to print out everything in the list, but if X is banana, then we don't print it. So we can run the code, and it just prints out apple and cherry. So if X is equal to banana, we'll try putting in a little joke line of code. So let's see. So in this case, as an F string, we can do X is the next fruit, but we don't want to print X. Okay, and then continue. So let's go ahead and run this code. So we get apple, and then banana is the next fruit, but we don't want to print banana, and then cherry. Okay, and then let's move on to the next thing. The range function. So we talked about the range function a little bit earlier. To loop through a set of code a specified number of times, we can use the range function. So the range function returns a sequence of numbers starting from 0 by default and increments by 1 by default and ends at a specified number. So over here, using the range function, so for X in range 6, print X. So remember that the range function starts counting from 0, and it's going to stop before the numbers over here. So it's going to be 1 less than 6. So the number 5 is the last number in range 6. Note that range 6 is not the values of 0 to 6, but rather the values of 0 to 5. So the range function defaults to 0 as the starting value. However, it's possible to specify the starting value by adding a parameter. So range 2, 6 means that the value is from 2 to 6, but not including 6. Using the start parameter for X in range 2, 6, print X. So 2, 6 means we begin at 2, and then we stop before 6. So it should be 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go ahead and give this a try. So it should be 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. This is fun. It's funny because it stops before 6, even if we start counting from 1, which is not what we expect. Yeah. Okay. Let's move on. So the range function defaults to increment the sequence by 1. However, it's possible to specify the increment value by adding a third parameter. So in this case, we do range 233, which means we start with the number 2. We stop before the number 30. So if it does not print out the number 30, or it doesn't include the number 30, and we're iterating by 3s. So which means that we're going to start at 2, and then we're going to do 2, 5, 8, 11, so counting up by 3s. So let's go ahead and take a look at the example here. Increment the sequence with 3, the default is 1. So for x in range 2, 30, and 3, we start at 2, we stop at 29, and we iterate by 3. So when we run the code, 2, 5, 8, 11, 14, and then we stop at 29, because we stop before the number 30. Okay, so else in for loop. So the else keyword in a for loop specifies a block of code to be executed when the loop is finished. So print all the numbers from 0 to 5 and print a message when the loop is ended. So for x in range 6, print x, else print finally finished. Finally finished. Okay. So for and else. So if we run the code, it goes from 0 to 5. Remember that we never include this last number. Finally finished. We can also specify to start from the number 1. And we can also count by 2. So we'll go 1, 3, 5. Chris says else is very confusing. So in this case it is kind of confusing because it's a for loop, but when you're talking about if and else, this pair makes more sense. But for and else, this just makes it so that when the loop ends, then something happens. This is actually something I really haven't dealt with very much, because I've never really thought to put an else statement in the for loop, but apparently you can do it. But else just means if this doesn't happen. So I guess in this case, this will return false eventually, and else is basically what happens when the loop terminates and returns false. Do this. Okay. So example, break the loop when x is 3. See what happens with the else block. Okay, so we got the code here. For x in range 6, so that's 0 to 5. If x is equal to 3, then break. Usually I would expect that the break would be on a separate line, but in this case, I guess we don't need to put it on a separate line. So let's see, if x is equal to 3, break, print x, else, print finally finished. So I'm pretty sure that in this case the else function, the else keyword isn't going to trigger, because this doesn't return false, because a break is not false. So let's go ahead and run this. What I'm expecting is going to happen is that we're going to do 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, and then that's it. So let's try it out. 0, 1, 2, and then the else doesn't get printed out. So if the loop breaks, then the else block is not executed. Okay, so this is what we expected. Let's move on. So nested loops. So a nested loop is a loop inside a loop. So the inner loop will be executed one time for each iteration of the outer loop. So this can get really, for else is very confusing. It can be. I guess this is just something you need to get used to. If it makes you feel any better, I don't see this very often, but then again, I don't do a lot of Python programming. I do a lot of scripting, and in the scripting that I do, I never create stuff like that. So nested loops are loops inside of loops, and well, loops inside of loops can get very complicated very easily. So print each adjective for every fruit. Adjective equals red, big, tasty. Fruits equals apple, banana, cherry. For x in adjective, okay, so adjective is this list. For y in fruits, so we're print x, y. So this is going to print red apple, big banana, tasty cherry. So print x and y. Okay, let's go ahead and see this in action. Red apple, red banana, red. Oh, I expected this to only go. Okay, so it iterates through all of these. So it does red and then apple, then red and then banana. Red banana, huh? And then red cherry, and then big apple, big banana, big cherry, tasty apple, tasty banana, tasty cherry, just like this. Okay, so this, well, I mean, that lets you know how often I use these nested loops. So it iterates through, so x is adjective. So x is adjective, so it's red, and y is fruit. So apple, banana, cherry. So red, and then it iterates through all of the fruits, and then it moves to the next thing in x, and then it iterates through all those. Okay. So let's see, the pass statement. For loops cannot be empty, but if you have, for some reason, have a for loop with no content, put in the pass statement to avoid getting an error. So for x in 0, 1, 2, so this is a list, we're not defining what's happening here. I've never done this, but apparently pass just means that you can avoid getting errors when you got no content. Saint of Vice just rated the channel with 1 viewer. Thank you very much, Saint of Vice. Welcome in. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Okay. We've got an ad running on Twitch right now. We'll run one on YouTube. And we'll go ahead and put on some birds. Okay, so that's a beautiful bird. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. I just need to take a little water break. Back in a little bit. Okay, so we're back. I think what we're going to do is we're going to do one last exercise before we move on to the next thing. Saint Levi says, just finished a few chapters challenges from Ala Cyber. Good recommendation. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the Ala Cyber website, Saint Levice. What category were you doing over at Ala Cyber? Let us know. Thank you. Okay, so we've got a bunch of, we've got some stuff over here we can go through. Okay, we're going to go through a little quiz on programming loops. We got 3 questions. So when will the programming loop end? We got mylist 1, 2, 3. For num in mylist, print num, mylist dot append num plus 1. Okay, so when will the loop end? A, after the last number in the list is printed. B, after the number 3 is printed. Or C, this loop will never end. So is the answer A, B, or C? Sanavai says, just the first to test the waters. No worries, no worries. Yeah, I mean, it's a really great platform. They do a lot of explanation, especially in the introductory challenges. Mela Brandon says C, the loop will never end. Okay, so the actual answer in this case is C, this loop will never end. So usually in a for loop, you've got what is the word? You've got a set number of things that you're going to be iterating over. But in this case, inside the loop, we're appending an object to the list. So my list is going to be added. There's going to be 4 and then 5 and then 6 added over and over again, and the loop is never going to end. So we can actually illustrate what this looks like over here. Okay, so when we run the script here, it's just going to keep on going up and up over and over again because the for loop never finishes because numbers are constantly being added to the list. Okay, let's go over to the next thing. Okay, so we got another loop. So when will the programming loop end? While true, count equals 0, print count. Count equals count plus 1. If count is equal to 3, break. So when will the programming loop end? After the number 2 is printed, after the number 3 is printed, or this loop will never end. So when does the loop end? Okay, Mellow Brandon says A. The answer is this loop will never end. Let me go ahead and test this. Count equals count. Oh, is it because of this? Oh, yeah. Okay. This loop will never end because count is reset each time. So count equals 0. We print the count. It's 0. And then count is equal to count plus 1. But at the beginning of the loop, count is reset to 0. So the loop never ends. So if we try running the code, count is going to be 0 each time. So it's just going to be a bunch of zeros. Let's demonstrate this. So let's see. While true, okay, and if we run this, it should be 0 over and over again. Stop. Okay, so it runs 0, it prints 0 over and over again. So the important part of this piece of code is that when you're doing your while, when you do your while loop, you want to make sure that count is outside of the loop. So if we fix it so that count is outside of the loop, then this works. So let's go back here. We'll put count outside of the loop. And then we'll run it again. So if we run it this way, then count will, well, this will only print out 0 and 1. Okay, 0, 1. Yeah, it prints out 2, and then it stops after count equals 3. All right, let's go back. I think we've got one more. So when will this programming loop end? So count equals 0, while count is less than 5, print count, count equals count plus 1. So when will the programming loop end? After the number 4 is printed, after the number 5 is printed, or this loop will never end. Okay, GX00 says count plus equals 1. That is another way you could do it, yeah. Miller Brandon says it's B, it's after the number 5 is printed. Okay, so let's see. Well, count is less than 5. Print count, count equals count plus 1. So let's go ahead and grab the code and put it in the code window. Okay, and we'll see what number shows up last. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So the reason why the number 5 is not printed out is because count is iterated after the print. So if count is iterated before the print, then it would be able to print out the number 5. So this prints out 0 to 4, but if we switch the order of the print, then we can get the number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. GX00 says, I don't think that's right. So which part do you think is inaccurate, GX000? We could also do count plus equals 1. It's essentially the same, but you can also do it the other way, where count equals count plus 1. So if we run the code, it still runs. It's either way of doing this is correct, but I think count plus equals 1 is more standard. But yeah, if the way where you put the iteration and where you put the print statement, it matters for when the thing ends. Okay, let's review what we learned today, and then we'll move on to the next part of the stream. Okay, so we talked about programming loops. So loops are tools that programmers use to run the same instructions multiple times. Programming loops are really great because if we didn't have programming loops, then we would have to manually code in or copy paste the code over and over again, which is a big pain in the butt. And then Odedra says, great content and might be beginner friendly. If you can let me know how to make it more beginner friendly, let me know, Anand. Thank you. Okay, so loops can either be run a preset number of times before terminating, or iterate through all items in a list or a string in the case of for loops, or run continuously until a predetermined trigger state is achieved in the case of while loops. What's next? In the next HackerFrogs After-School Programming Workshop, we'll continue learning Python, and we're going to be working on functions. So this is actually a big topic, and well, I mean, people run programming functions all the time. If you're interested in taking a look at what we're going to be covering in the next lesson for Python programming, you can take a look at this link over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to our next topic. Let me put on the music again, and let's put on the topic on the overlay. Okay, so topic is Venus Labs. So HackMyVM Venus Labs, we're going to be doing some Linux stuff, and we're going to be ending off with another HackMyVM challenge. This one is going to be called Ephemeral2. It's a Linux CTF box challenge, and we're going to be doing that in about an hour or so. So let's go ahead and put on our timer for about an hour. Okay. So everybody, if you're wondering what we're going to be doing, so I've got a list of walkthroughs that we're going to be going through, and we're going to be working over here. So if you don't have an account over at the hackmyvm.eu website, you don't necessarily need one, but we are going to be accessing these challenges through the SSH program. So if you don't have a working version of Linux to work with, or if you don't have a working version of Windows to work with, I guess you could use this website over here. So it's called JS Linux. Where is it? JS Linux. And it's basically a Linux virtual machine that you can use from the web. Let's go ahead and... yeah. So you can actually give commands through this terminal if you don't have a version of Linux to work with. And Tufat, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Nyan Cat? But yeah, so if you go to this page, you've got a Linux virtual machine. You can do all sorts of Linux commands. You can make new directories, some random dir, and then you can enter those directories, do all sorts of fun Linux stuff. And Anne says, I'm done with Python, just waiting for this topic. Okay, awesome, awesome. Okay, so this series of challenges, you're going to need to use this information over here. So the information is host, port, username, and password. So I'll just paste those into the chat. You can use this information to connect to the server and do all of the exercises. So the host is venus.hackmyvm.eu, the port is 5000, and the username for this first exercise is hacker. Of course, we are wrapping this with SSH because we're using SSH to contact the server. So this is the command you're going to be using. So Sanovi says, may I recommend Terminus from Mprat? Mprat for the kids out there. I don't know about Terminus. So Terminus, you're talking about the game Terminus, or are you talking about something else? So if we type in Linux Terminus, okay. So this is let me see if I can get this. Oh, okay. Can I make this bigger? Oh, whoa. This is going to be very, very bad if I can't make this bigger. Okay, I can. Okay, so apparently this is another game that you can play to learn Linux commands. But yeah, we're going to be doing this game over here. It's called Venus. And so you just need to, give the command over here, ssh hacker at venus.hackmyvm.eu -p5000. You can use this to connect to the game. When asked if you want to connect, answer yes, and you need to give the password. So remember, the password is have fun ! Like this. Have fun ! While you're typing the password, you're not going to see any input from any response from the terminal. This is normal. Just type in have fun ! Hit enter, and then you'll be logged in. So you know you're logged in because you'll have this prompt over here, hacker at Venus. So everybody, if you're following along and you successfully logged in as the hacker user, let us know in the chat by typing in I'm hacker smiley face. If you're just watching, let us know that you're just watching, because either way is completely fine. And if you're having trouble connecting to the service, let us know and we'll try to help you out, because we don't want anybody to be left behind. Okay, so after you've logged in, you can clear the screen at any time on the Linux terminal by typing in the command clear. So clear will clear the screen, bring it back up to the top. Silas Roger says, what is this tool called? So we're using SSH. So I think I gave the command up. So basically go into any Linux terminal and give this command over here, SSH, and then hacker@venus.hackmyvm.eu -p5000. That'll log you into the game. So the password, when they ask for it, is have fun! ! So in each one of these missions here, there's going to be a mission.txt file. So we need to read it. So you just need to read mission.txt. Priyaraj says, I stumbled into this channel and still trying to understand what's going on. I know the basics of hacking. So we're just working on some Linux right now, because most people who do cybersecurity, they work with Linux, and it's important to understand how Linux works in order to do your cybersecurity training. So we're just going to read the mission over here. So the missions are in both English and Spanish, because this is actually a Spanish website. But the good thing is that we've got an English translation here. So the user Sophia has saved her password in a hidden file in this folder. Find it and log in as Sophia. Silas Roger says, I love Linux. Yeah, me too. I really like Linux. It's a pretty good operating system. Okay, so if anybody knows, how can we solve this level here? So it has saved her password in a hidden file in the folder. So hidden files are a pretty important concept to understand in Linux. And I'll give you all a moment or two to think of how to finish the exercise. If not, I have a little presentation that we can work through. Okay, where are we? Where's my PDF file? I've got oh, I don't have it. You could have sworn I had one. Okay. Santa Vice says, I'm in. We're cracking labs never tried these. Are we cracking labs never tried these? So if you're here for CTF box challenges, we're going to be doing a CTF box challenge in about 15 minutes. But right now, we're just going to be doing some simple Linux labs. Okay. So hidden file inside of this folder. So the key here is hidden file, and this folder. So this folder is the // folder. So if we take a look at ls./ we got mission.txt and readme.txt. There's a special way we can take a look at hidden files inside of Linux with the ls command. Silas Roger says, I've gotten really good at hacking because of you. Well, I mean, I hope you're learning a lot, and I hope you're using it for good and not bad. So if we take a look at ls, we can take a look at the different ways we can use ls, and there's a bunch of different flags we can give with the ls command to see different types of output. And in this case, we can use -a to not ignore entries starting with a dot. So inside of Linux, all files that begin with the dot, these are hidden files, and you're not going to see them normally. So if we ls-a, then we can see hidden files. So what is going to... So we see here that we've got a bunch of hidden files in here. We got dot, we got dot dot, we got dot dot dot, we got dot bash logout, dash bash rc, dash my hidden paths, and profile. Let's see. Piraj says, can you guide me to start in hacking? Yeah, I mean, I can't help you every step of the way, but I can help you by pointing you towards some stuff. So if you want to learn about hacking, you can check out this starter pack here. So there's a bunch of links for YouTube videos. The first 2 links are for basic IT stuff. The third link is for computer networking, which is something you're going to do a lot when you're dealing with technical hacking stuff. And the last one is going to be some easy exercises to start off with. Okay, so we see here there's a file called My Hidden Paths. It's probably what we're looking for. But the other interesting thing is that there's a file called triple dot here. So this is a pretty common, well, it's a way you can hide files, because this looks like the common directories. Let's take a look at the triple dot file here. So we've got a flag here. That's great. But we can also take a look at the .myhiddenpaths file. So just cat .myhiddenpaths, and this is the password for the next level. Okay, so if you want to know what the user is for the next level, we can just take a look at the mission.txt file. The user Sophia has hidden her password in a hidden file. Okay. Bandit Deja Vu. It is very similar to Bandit. So why are the files green except for the first 2? So these are files. So these are regular files, and these are directories. So in this shell, the directories are colored blue, and all the regular files are colored green. No worries, Persona Management. Yeah, you can come back and watch later. So ZGZG, that's hope that answers your question. So this is the username and password for the next level. Let's go ahead and go to the next level. So we just exit out of here, and we'll use SSH again, but this time we're going to be Sophia. This is the command that gets you into the next level. So just use the password that I pasted up there to get in. Okay, let me grab that password, because so remember, when you copy and paste in the Linux terminal, you're gonna have to use copy, so Control-Shift-C and Control-Shift-V instead of regular Shift-V and Control-C, or regular Control-C, Control-V. Okay, so this is the next level. We're the Sophia user now. We're going to read this mission.txt file. It tells us what we're supposed to be doing in the level. So cat mission.txt. So the user Angela has saved her password in a file, but she does not remember where. She only remembers that the file was called whereismypaths.txt. So we're looking for a particular file in Linux. This is the name of the file. So what program can we use to search for a file name on the file system? So if you don't know, and if you haven't been using Linux for a long time, when you want to look for a file on the file system, you usually use the find command. Mellow Brennan is correct, yeah. So find, and then if we're looking in this directory, we give this over here. So find dot indicates the directory we're going to look inside. The next thing we need to do is we need to specify the name of the file. So we're going to do -name to specify that we're looking for a file by name, and the file is whereismypaths.txt. Actually, wait. She saved her password in a file, but she does not remember where. Okay, that actually changes things a little bit, because that means we're looking in the entire file system. So instead of dot, we do find /, which means the entire file system. And at the end of whereismypaths.txt, we're just going to give this. So this is pretty common when we give commands that are likely going to give a bunch of errors. And the reason why the find command generates a bunch of errors is because we're usually trying to access files that we don't have access to, and that's going to give us an error that, permission denied or something like that. So this is the full command right here. So let's try giving this command. Okay, so when we give the command, we receive this file path here. So user share where's my paths.txt. So we can just read this by supplying the full file path. So just copy that, cat space, paste in the file path, and then read it directly. So this is the password for the next level. So the Angela user has this as the password. Okay, so from here we can exit the level. Remember, we should be resetting by exiting the level each time. You'll know that you're not on the server anymore because the prompt is going to be different. So Sophia at Venus turns into your regular prompt. Okay. So we're going to do SSH, but this time we're going to be the Angela user. They're going to ask for a password. So just remember that when you're putting in your password, you're not going to see anything appear on the screen. That is perfectly normal. You just need to keep on pasting in the password or typing in the password and hit enter. Okay, so what are we doing in this level? So mission.txt. Let's read that. So the password of the user Emma is on line 4069 on the file findme.txt. We're going to see that there is a findme.txt in the current directory. If we read it, just got here, can you start over? I can give you the password. I can give you the username and password for this level. So just use a Linux terminal and you can log in with this command here. When it asks for the password, paste in this password and you should be able to access the level. Okay, so the password for the user Emma. So Emma is the next user. We just need to remember that. So findme.txt. So it's in here. If we look inside this file, it's just a bunch of potential passwords, and we don't know which one it would be, except for the fact that we were told that it was line 4069. Theo, are you raiding into me? No, you're not. Okay. Just wanted to check. Nice to see you here. Sorry, we've got ads running on Twitch right now. Chris says it's said time, but there's a number of different things we could use for this. But let's go ahead and put on some birds. Let's give a shout out to B Theo. Hold on. And let's put on a little break. So we're just going to break for a little bit while the ads are running on Twitch. In the meantime, watch these birds. So here are some woodpeckers. We'll be back in about 20 seconds. Just need to have a little bit of water. Yeah, that's a coat rack. I turned a coat rack into a bird feeder. I just needed to zip tie some bamboo sticks together. This is a real do-it-yourself, hack-it-together bird feeder. But yeah, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so we need to look at line 4069 of a particular file. We could do this in a few different ways. Usually when I'm asked to do stuff like this, I usually put this into a search term. View specific line in a file in Linux. Okay, so to view a specific line in a file in Linux, several command line tools can be used. Remember everybody, you're allowed to use Google and you're allowed to use AI when you're solving these challenges. Because everybody searches using some sort of search engine. So sed n5p filename.txt. This command will print the fifth line of filename.txt. So we can copy this format, then go over to the file, and remember that filename.txt is actually findme.txt. And 5p, we're going to replace that with 4069p. Okay, and this is the command. Okay, and this is the password for the next level. So this gets exactly line 4069 when we're using this sed command. So the sed command it's a string editor, I think, is what it's called. Let's sed help. Let me get the man page for sed. Oh, there's no man pages here. Stream editor. Okay, awesome, awesome. Okay, let's run that again. But sed and awk and I think cut. These are all terminal text editor commands. I think this is the Emma user. Sandevice said the same thing from the Unix gurus. I mean, these are very, very convenient text formatting tools, and they're unique to Unix and Linux. Okay, so this is the password for the next level. Let's go ahead and get out of here. Exit, and then we will log in as Emma. And I guess might as well give you the SSH command. Okay, and let's grab that password. Okay, so so this kind of reminds me of Bandit. We've got a file name named dash. So cat mission.txt. Sandevice says in the first days, Richie and Thompson wrote stuff in sed and ed. What is ed? I don't know that one. So it says user Mia. So Mia is the name of the next user. She left her password in the file dash. So here's the thing. We can't read the dash file just by doing this, because then our terminal will become stuck. So we can, if for some reason your terminal gets stuck, you can do the Control-C, keyboard shortcut, Control and C to exit out of the program. So how do we read this file? So there's a special way to read files with strange special characters, especially at the beginning. So this is pretty much a demonstration of what not to name your files. Edie is a text editor, right? Edie is the official editor of Unix. Oh, I didn't know. News to me, thank you. Thank you for letting me know, Sandevice. Word to use, but I like it. I wonder if ed is installed on this. So ed is not installed on this system. I wonder if it's installed on my Kali Linux. Ed not found. No Ed here. Okay, so how do we read this? Oh, it uses Vim-like instructions. Okay, that's fun. Okay, so in this case, we can read the file if we reference the directory it's in. So the directory it's in is dot, which is the current directory. So // references files in the current directory. And in this case, we do // to read this file. So this is exactly the reason why we don't start any file names with special characters when we're naming files in Linux, because it leads to all sorts of wacky scenarios like this. So this is the password for the Mia user. So remember, everybody, the dot refers to this directory, and dot refers to the directory above this one. So the directory above this one is pwned Emma. Hold on. No, that's not it. Hold on. So if we go to cd//dot, this will bring us up a directory into the pwned directory, or at least it should. Okay, and then pwd, now we're in the pwned directory. Anyways, we got the password, so we can leave. And just get out of here. Okay, let me change up the music. We'll play some this. A little more chill. Okay, so the next user is the Mia user, so we'll just SSH in as Mia. And it's going to ask for the password. We got the password here. Copy that, paste in the password, and now we're in. Okay, so what's going on in this mission? So this is mission 5. It seems that the user Camilla, so Camilla is the next user, has left her password inside a folder named called Here I Am. Okay, so Here I Am is not in this directory. So we need to look for this directory. So once again, we're using the find command. So if anybody knows what kind of command we could use to look for a directory called Here I Am in Linux, type it into the chat. And this is just a fun little exercise. Let's see if we can come up with a command together. So we can grep. Can we grep for file names? We're looking for a password. We're looking for a directory called Here I Am. Can we grep for file names? Changing music is pretty good. Well, I mean, this is a little easier to listen to. Yeah, it's a directory in this case. So we're going to use the find command. We're going to look inside of the entire file directory, or the entire file system with the /. Then we're going to look for type D for directory. So -type either files or directories, in this case directories, and the name is going to be Here I Am. That's correct. That's correct, Saint Device, except for the fact that we're looking in the entire file directory. So these kind of commands, we definitely want to put any error messages inside of the dev null device so that we don't see error messages. So the number 2 references error messages, and we're going to redirect those into the dev null device, which is basically the trash can. Okay, and this is the command. Lots of permission denied otherwise. That's correct. That's correct. Okay, and we see it here. So it's the op directory, here I am. So we're just going to enter that directory. cd, paste in opt, here I am. And then from here, let's see what's in this directory. There's a hidden directory in here. No, there's a hidden file in here. Okay, so there's a hidden file. We can just read it. cat.here. And this is the password for the next level. So this is the Camilla user. Okay, copy that. Okay, let's get out of here and we'll log in as Camilla. So for most of these levels, you can just swap out the name that you're logging in as. Works, but at what cost? There's a cost. Wait, what is this command? So -ls-r? ls-r, is that recursive? Let's ls-r. So -r inside of ls is recursive. List subdirectories recursively. Huh. That's really fun. Let me give that a try. Let's give that a try. So ls-r / devnull grep, here I am. I mean, it works. I mean, this is fun. For some reason, if there's no find command, if there's no find binary, you could use ls as a quick replacement. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, Chris. All right, let's yeah, you know, I'm gonna keep this in my back pocket if I can remember. Okay, so mission.txt, let's take a look. So the user Luna, so Luna is the targeted user, has left her password in a file inside the muac direct folder. Muac folder. Okay, so muac, if we take a look at what's inside of that directory, it's just a bunch of different files. So how can we sift through these? Left her password in a file inside the muac folder. So I mean, I guess we could go ahead and look for files that belong to Luna. So once again we're using the find command, but we're running it on muac, and we can look for user Luna. So files that belong to the user Luna. I don't think we need to do redirect errors to dev null in this case, but we'll just do it we'll do it like this just in case. User Luna left her password in a file inside the muac folder. We can also look for the group. So if Luna is in a group, we could look for that file. Nope. Maybe we can grep. We can grep for Luna, maybe? So if we're looking for something inside of that muac folder, so grep inside of muac for a pattern. So the pattern we're looking for is Luna. Muac is a directory. Okay, so grep r inside of the muac directory. Nope, that doesn't work either. Left your password in a file inside the muac folder. Let's enter that directory just for fun. So these are all directories. So it looks like there's only there's only one directory with with anything inside of it. The rest of this is just, oh, there are multiple directories. Huh. I guess we could look for all the files. So find dot type file and just look for files inside the current directory. Type file inside of this directory dot slash. Still nothing, huh? Glymex, hello, nice to see you here. Maybe grep a file. Grep everything? So there's just a bunch of stuff in here. Grep recursive in this directory for the letter A. Or the letter B. Yeah, I mean, we would have found this eventually if we just grep and look for certain letters. Grep I, grep dash I, and then look for the pattern B, or look for the pattern Q. It'll show up. I wonder what the intended way of doing this was. Let's back out. Find dot slash muoc for. Wait, let me take a look at that file. Okay. So this is actually owned by our user. Huh. If it's owned by our user, I guess we could have used find. Let's see, what directory are we in? Okay, so find dot slash user Camilla. Type file dev null. This doesn't find. Why doesn't it find it? Oh, this is group Camilla. It's not user Camilla. Okay, so let's change this from user to group. It still doesn't find it. I guess we could do. Huh, I'm confused. I'm confused why this doesn't find the this file. Pwn Camilla muoc 1111 muoc. Are we looking for? Let me take a look at the mission file again. Left our password in a file inside the muoc folder. I mean, we should be able to get all the files inside the muoc folder. So find muoc type file. Why doesn't the find command work in this case? I mean, we could also do ls, like what Chris recommended. The redirection. Oh, the redirection makes it not work. Really? Let's see if it works if we unknown argument. Oh, never mind. I typed this in incorrectly. Okay. So this works. So just look for a file inside of this directory, and then it works. Thank you very much. Yeah, looks like no errors to be found. Nope. Only user errors. ZQ, not too sure how to pronounce your name. Let us know. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. And thank you very much for following Ferngee. Let's give Ferngee and ZQ a fun Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Remember, everybody, if you don't spell everything correctly or type everything incorrectly with your syntax, you do not get to hack. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to read that file. Never mind. This is the contents. Okay, what is the name of the user we're targeting? It's Luna, right? Luna? Yep, I'm sure it happens all the time. Okay, so the user is Luna for the next user. And the password is this one. Okay. So we got our mission.txt file. Let's go ahead and read that. Okay, the user Eleanor has left her password in a file that occupies 6969 bytes. So 6969 is nice twice. Size 6969. I think bytes is, you need to use what is the there's a special like syntax you have to use for bytes. Okay, let's go ahead and find command Linux size bytes. So that's size N is the number of bytes and C indicates bytes. I don't know why we have to use C, but we do need to use C. Okay. So what are we looking for? 6969C. So find /type F size 6969C. And then dev null as usual. Let's see if this works. Okay, we got moon.txt, which makes sense because we are the Luna user, but Eleanor's password is going to be in this file. That's what I'm guessing. Okay. So Eleanor's password is this. Just zooming by. Guess it's an ASCII character. C? I mean, I'm not too sure why C. Okay, so Linux find command size suffix. Okay, so, oh, this is Stack Overflow. How to use the Linux find command. I'm sure there are like hundreds of these articles. A character is 1 byte. Oh, a character. So C stands for character? I mean, that kind of makes sense. Okay, let's move on. And let's log in as the Eleanor user. Get out of here. So now we are Eleanor. Let me grab that password. Okay, so what's going on in this mission? So the user Victoria has left her password in a file in which the owner is the user Violin. Violin, I mean, this seems pretty straightforward. So the target user is Victoria. Find / user Violin to dev null. Violin, this is this a directory? This is a file, so we just need to read it. B is block. So C, block is, I mean, how many bytes is a block though? That's the password. Okay, so this is Victoria. A block is 512. Oh yeah, right. So there's also a kilobyte. So I guess K would be for kilobyte. And a kilobyte is double 2 blocks. So this is Victoria. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's log in as Victoria now. Grab the password. Just don't ask me about metabytes. Metabytes and gigabytes. Gigabytes. All right, let's, oh, okay. So this is mission.txt. Let's take a look. Looks like we got a password file. So the user is Isla or Isla. I'm not too sure how to pronounce his name. It's probably Isla. That sounds a little less awkward. So I left her password in a zip file, so we can't zip this file directly. So if we just try unzipping it from here, it's going to give us permission denied. Yeah, cannot create, permission denied, unable to process. So the reason, the reason why this doesn't go is because we don't have write permissions. Oh, we don't have we don't have write permissions in this directory. Red Hat Linux likes to show disk size in gigabytes. Gigabytes. That's kind of funny. Okay, so we can't unzip here. We could probably create like a temporary directory or something, but here's a trick. So if you've got a file and it's not very large, you can cat the file. Of course, if you cat the file, there's a bunch of stuff you can't read. So what we need to do is we need to cat the file. You need to pipe it into base64. This will make base64 a base64 encoded string that we can copy, and we can turn this into a regular file on our host system. So in this case, we can echo something and then base64 decode it and redirect it into password.zip. So we're just going to paste in this base64 code, and that will recreate the password zip file. Okay. ZQ says, is there anywhere in the VM where you have write permissions? Yeah, there are. But hold on, I have to take a little ad break. Okay. So enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about 40 seconds. Where's that bird? Here it is. All right, we'll be back in 40 seconds. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so we just converted this base64 string into a file, and we can unzip the file. unzip password.txt, we unzip the file, and we just read the file. Oh, we created a bunch of directories. Okay, let's move into pwned, Victoria, and read the password here. So this is the password for which user? The user Isla has left her password in a zip file. So this is this person's password. So otherwise, we could copy this password into a temp directory. So we would do make directory /temp ... Victoria, and then move into that directory. Actually, we would first copy the file. So copy password.zip to /temp ... Victoria password .zip. Okay, and then we could move into that directory. Okay, and then from here we can perform whatever operations we wanted on it. So unzip password, and then move into these new directories and cat out that password. Thank you very much for following Pertinax Miles. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Okay, let's go ahead and log into the next level. So the next level is Isla. So for anybody who's joining in, we're trying to solve a bunch of levels on these challenges here. You can use this SSH command on your Linux terminal to log in as this user over here. The password is this thing, this one. Okay, they're going to ask for the password. You can just, if you have it copied, you can just paste from the clipboard, and that'll give you access as the Isla user. Okay, so it says the password of the user Violet is in the line that begins with this. So these are these 5 characters are not part of the password. So what we can do is we can search for this pattern with grep. So the grep command is a very handy tool, and we're told to look inside of well, we're not told to look inside of this file, but since there's no other files in here, and this looks like a pretty big file, we can just take a look at the contents. It's a bunch of different potential passwords. So we can look for this pattern at the beginning. Actually, we can just look for this pattern. The line that begins with this. Well, there's a couple of different ways we could do this. We could grep for this pattern inside of passy. We see there's only one that matches the beginning. Actually, how can we match grep? Oh, okay. Saint says you can give this pattern here. Ah, okay. So in this case, the caret over here is going to indicate that it has to be at the beginning of the string. Thank you very much, Saint Advice. Okay, so it looks like this, and they say that this is not part of the password. I mean, we can just ignore this, and this is the actual password. These 5 characters are not part of the password. So let's see. So Violet is the next user. This is the password. Get out of here. Log in as, who is it? Violet. Grab the password. Paste it in. Permission denied. Did I copy that incorrectly? It said that these 5 characters are not part of the password, so let's try that again. Okay, I just pasted it in incorrectly, apparently. Okay, we got mission.txt again. So the password of the user Lucy is in the line that ends with this. So these 5 characters are not part of the password. I mean, I'm pretty sure we can't use the same pattern that Saint Vice was talking about. So grep match end of line. Is it $sign for end of line? Maybe. Hold on. Let me give it a try. So we're looking at the end file here. Grep pattern this thing and then $sign in end. So I mean that works. I'm pretty sure if you want to take it literally, you would use the other quotes, not single quotes, but not double quotes, but single quotes. Still works the same. That's interesting. Got to keep that in mind when we're looking for $signs. E will still interpret it as regex. Okay, so I guess, yeah, so that's the pattern. We're ignoring those 5 characters, and we'll just copy that. That's the password for who? Lucy? Lucy. Okay. Next level is Lucy. And paste in that password. Okay, we got mission.txt. The password to the user Elena is between the characters FU and CK. Okay, so we're looking between. How do we get only the stuff that's between? Are we still using grep or are we using something else? How do we do regex, grep, regex, between 2 strings? Okay, should match any characters between. How do you set grep to extract text between 2 words? Okay, we'll try what ZQ is suggesting over here. Okay, so this is file.yo, grep file.yo, and look for patterns. Pattern is fu dot star ck. Works. ZQ says, yeah, okay, so Saint Vice has the same answer. So I mean, yeah, regex is one of my weak points. I'm not good at using regex, but it is something that everybody needs to use every once in a while. Okay, so this is who? Lucy? Elena. Okay, that's the password. Let's go back in. Okay, I think we've got time to do one more, and then we have to move on to the next part of the stream. So the user Alice has her password as an environment variable. Environment variable, huh? You know, before yeah, so env, I think just env will get the environment variable. Let me test this. So env gets the environment variables. Get env, does it? Okay, get env. Yeah, it's just env in this case. You know what? There are IP addresses in the environment variables in here. So I'm just gonna go to be right back to make sure that my IP address isn't going to be exposed. Just a second, everybody. All right, so we env, and there's not one but two places where it doxes my IP address. I need to get rid of that. But anyways, we got a password environment variable too. So this is the password for the next level. Who is the user again? Alice. Okay. Got to be careful not to dox yourself when you're on stream. Anyways, we're gonna get out of here. Is Bob here too? Is Bob here too? I don't know. Pentanax Miles says, I'm bad at coding. What are you doing right now? So we're not coding right now. We just finished a bunch of challenges which we need to use Linux commands to finish, but we're done with this. So we're going to be moving into another challenge, and this challenge is going to be a Linux CTF box challenge, which is basically deploying a virtual machine to your network and then finding ways to break in. This is what we're going to do. Okay, so we have a challenge over at HackMyVM. So hackmyvm.eu is the website. We can download and deploy a bunch of virtual machines from this website. So you need to deploy the virtual machines on your own virtual machine network to use them. But if you want to try, Sanavai says basic Linux stuff. To be honest, yeah. This is a place where you can. Well, this is a series of challenges where you can learn some basics, which is important for people trying to get into cybersecurity. But yeah, so we're gonna try to do this challenge over here. I think it's a medium level challenge. I usually do easy level challenges, but we'll see how we do with this one. I've already downloaded and deployed the virtual machine to my network. Let me start the machine up. So this machine that I'm using right now is a Kali Linux virtual machine, which means that it's running on top of my host OS, and my host OS is Windows 10. I've got another intentionally vulnerable machine that we're deploying on the virtual machine network, and then we're going to be attacking it. We're going to be attacking it until we get root access. Hopefully we can get root access. We'll see what happens. So we got Ubuntu, it's starting up. The unfortunate thing is that they don't tell you what IP address it's running on, so we're going to have to start looking around for it. ZQ says, Windows 10, there's another intentionally vulnerable machine on your network. Well, maybe that's true, but people don't have access to my home network. Or at least they shouldn't. Anyways, okay, so we got the machine running. It's called Ephemeral2. Let's put it away. Let's look for it. So we can look for it by running an nmap ping sweep. So ping sweeping is basically scanning all the machines on a network range and seeing what comes back. So the two machines are on this network interface, ETH0, and this is the range over here. So it's going to be 192.168.212, and this is a /24 network, which means there's going to be 255 machines or 255 addresses available. So what we're going to do is we're going to use nmap to do a ping sweep. So we're going to scan every machine on this network range. We're going to see which ones are up, which ones respond to our ping scans. So there are 3. Oh, I forgot, I've got another machine running right now. Let me shut down that other machine. Okay, let's run the ping sweep again. So I'm pretty sure that our IP address is the number 10. So we are, what are we? Yeah, so we are address number 10, which means that our vulnerable machine is going to be at address number 13. So we're just going to copy this address, and we're going to use nmap to scan the machine. So nmap is a network scanning tool. We can scan a remote server, and we can try to figure out what ports and services are being served. We run it very verbose, we run it on all the ports, we run it very fast, and we get versioning information and common scripts on whatever services we find on this IP address. So when we run the scan, we see that we get a bunch of common ports returned to us, and these are potential services that we can attack. We got port 22, which is SSH. We got port 80, which is unencrypted web pages. Let's do a short run through. So there's port 22, which is remote login through SSH. This is the version of a SSH software being used. Sometimes very, very rarely, SSH itself is running an insecure version that you can attack, but not in this case. We also have port 80, which is running HTTP, which is unencrypted web pages, and it's being run with the Apache software and this version of Apache. So sometimes Apache software, it can be vulnerable. In this case, it looks like an up-to-date version of Apache. So after a while, when you scan these boxes over and over again, you get a feel for what is an up-to-date version number for these different softwares. So for Apache, this looks up to date. For OpenSSH, this looks up to date. And then we've also got 139 and 445. So 139 and 445 are associated with SMB, and SMB is a file sharing service. It's a file sharing service that is common to Windows computers, but it can also be implemented on Linux machines as well through a service called Samba. Samba, yep, we're sambaing all over the place. All right, so what else do we have? I think that's it. We got some work groups over here, so it's ephemeral. Okay, so what we can do is we can take a look at the unencrypted web page at port 80, and we can do some enumeration against it. So port 80, let's see, web app scanning. We can run a couple of common web app pen testing programs. So Derb is one of them, and Derb is a very quick. Well, it's not very quick, but it's a very easy to use directory busting program. And in this case, we find a bunch of web pages. So index.html, there's a JavaScript directory, there's a jQuery directory inside of JavaScript, and there's another jQuery directory inside of the JavaScript directory and the jQuery directory. Okay, so what can we do with this? Actually, there's a new tool that I kind of want to use. It's called WhatWeb, and you run WhatWeb, and it's going to give you some information about the website and what kind of technologies are being used with it. Okay, so let's see. What web? Ubuntu, Linux, Apache, IP address, title Apache 2, Ubuntu, default page, it works. So we get some good information here from WhatWeb. We can also run Nikto. So Nikto is another web app security tool. This one is a security scanner. Apache 2.4.41 appears to be outdated. I mean, usually this is not the way we don't usually attack Apache, but what we could do is we could run this tool over here, the search X, and look for Apache with this version. So we've got a bunch of different Apache hacks that we could try, but none for this particular version. So we're gonna skip this. Okay, and what else could we do? We could do our longer directory busting tool. So we can do a more thorough directory bust with Ferrex Buster. Yeah, I've got Ferrex Buster on here. So Ferrex Buster, I forget how to use the syntax for this tool, but it's basically going to let us do a more thorough directory busting attack to figure out which directories and pages are available on this target. Let me look at my notes. Okay. Curl chs Ferrex Buster. Hold on, I got my Ferrex Buster command syntax over here. Let me just grab it. Okay, there it is. So the only thing we need to do is we need to switch out the IP address. So in this case, what's the IP address? I think it's 192.168.212.13? It's 13, right? Yeah, it's 13. Okay. Okay, so we're just going to search for a bunch of different directory names and file endpoints, and in this case, we're just going to leave this running for a little while. There are more services we need to take a look at. In this case, we've got 139 and 445, which are running SMB, which is Samba. So SMB scanning, we're going to do a very common tool for Linux SMB scanning. It's called enum for Linux. And we need to supply the IP address. So this is going to look for loose file share permissions. We might or might not get them. We'll see. Can't find workgroup/domain. That's no good. I guess if enum for Linux doesn't work, we could also try looking up information for SMB on netexec, which is usually used for Windows testing. But let's see, netexec. We'll look for SMB, user none, and password none. So user none, password none, this is probably not going to work. Okay, we don't get anything. Oh wait, I put in the IP address incorrectly. Okay, so null auth true, so we tried to log in using no username and password. We'll try a guest user. So let's see, I think there is a guest user in this case. So if there's a guest user, we can try getting file shares. And there are file shares. Okay, so as the guest user, we managed to get file shares. We got the print file share, we got the sysadmin file share, but we don't have permissions with any of these. So we know that the file shares are here, but we can't read or write to any of them. So what do we need to do next? I guess what we could do next is we could try to get a list of users. Okay, there's a Randy user. Randy, okay. What do we do with this? Echo Randy. We'll add this to the users.txt file. And what can we do with this? We could try brute forcing Randy's password using a brute force tool. So something like Hydra. Let's go ahead and try that. Oops. Okay, so we're going to go over to brute force attack. Hydra, let me look up how to use the darn tool again. Every time I use one of these tools, I need to look up the syntax for using the tool, because the syntaxes are all different for each tool. Okay, so it looks like we're going to be brute forcing users.txt, and the password is going to be all the passwords in the rocky.txt password list. So rocky.txt is a very, very common password list, especially when we're doing these kind of CTF exercises where we need to brute force some passwords. So rocky.txt has 14 million passwords, and we're just going to see if we can brute force our way into the box. Does not support password authentication. Does not support password authentication. Let's try this out manually just to make sure. So we can try to log in to SSH as the Randy user. Permission denied. Okay, so Randy can't log in with passwords. Randy has to log in using a key file. So that means that brute forcing is off the table. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch, so we'll run one on YouTube, and we'll put on the birds. How about these happy birds? Okay, we'll be back in 50 seconds. Just need to take a little water break. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so what do we know? We know that we can't brute force the SSH because it doesn't allow password login. We need to steal, if we wanted to log in through SSH as the Randy user, we'd have to find some way to brute force, we need to find some way to steal Randy's SSH key, but I don't think we can in this case. Okay, so what else do we know about this version of Samba? So this is Samba SMDB version 4. I wonder if this version is vulnerable. We can always check. So Samba 4, what is this? Samba 4, we might... This might be vulnerable. Sandevice says latest. Is this what is the latest one for Samba? Samba software latest version. Okay, the current stable version of Samba software is 4.231. Okay, 4.2. Well, I mean, this is important. We need to enumerate this box very, very carefully, because it says here in the challenge, enumeration is key. So let's enumerate properly, and hopefully we can break in. We will see. We're doing SMB scanning over here. Enumerated 1 local users. So what else could we do? We can also do RID brute, which means we can get all the accounts. RPC method not implemented. Okay, so we can't look them up that way. I mean, we could try brute forcing Randy's SMB password. Check for null sessions on SMB. I need a big click. Hello, nice to see you here. Yeah, I mean, we tried null sessions. They don't work in this case. We did get access as null sessions, SMB1 false, null auth true. Wait, does that mean... Yeah, there is... Oh, never mind. I thought there was no null sessions, but apparently there is null sessions. My bad. My bad. But yeah, we don't have access here. I guess we could try brute forcing the Randy user. So user Randy, because we know that user exists, and we could just try to brute force using everything in rocku.txt. MB lookup M. Okay, we need to do ignore password decoding. What is MB lookup? NMB lookup. Okay, we're just gonna wait. Well, we can wait on this, I suppose. Sorry, I just got here. No worries. No worries. It's fine. Okay, so what are we doing here? NMB lookup. NMB. How do we use this tool? Oh, that's to list the shares. Okay, so I mean, we've already listed the shares. Two on 213. Do we need to have additional information to do this? The other thing we could do is we could run nmap on, we can run an nmap script against all of the common SMB vulnerabilities. Let me look that up. Nmap SMB scripts all. Usually I would look up something like Hacktricks. So Hacktricks is a fun website where you can look up all sorts of stuff. And if anyone is wondering what website I'm looking at, this is it over here. Is this machine Active Directory? No, this is Linux. This is Samba. Okay, Okay. So we can run nmap with some scripts over here. So SMB, well, we're going to do SMB vulnerabilities. Let's see if we can find any vulnerabilities on the box. Could not negotiate. Am I using the wrong IP address? 192.168.212.13. Should be the correct one. Did I knock the box over? It might be because I'm doing the brute force attack over here. But let's try doing it again. Could not negotiate a connection SMB. So I'm pretty sure brute forcing the password for SMB is not the way in. It's not the intended way in anyways. Let's get out of here. Okay. And then let's try scanning for the SMB vulnerabilities. Still says that it can't connect. Let's try on port 139 as well. Okay, so no obvious SMB vulnerabilities. The web app over here. Oh, there's a food service directory. Okay. We should probably check out this website. So when you're food service fonts, interesting. Okay, so there's an interesting directory we need to look at on the website. Let's go ahead and do that. It's loading up. Healthy food recipes. Food packages. Okay, that's interesting. There's a whole website there. Yup, sure is. Huh. Now, what can we do with this? Should probably free HTML templates. Is this index.html? This is index.html. Okay, so this is an HTML page. This is not a PHP page. So there's, yeah, this is all index.html. These links don't go anywhere. Okay, so I guess what we can do is we can take a look at the page source, just in case there's anything hiding in here. Resident Garrus. I'm gonna have to ban you because it looks like you're spamming. Jonah, yeah, what? Don't come into the stream and start spouting just garbage. I don't appreciate that. Pretty much, pretty much. Okay, so let's take a look. I don't see anything in here that I don't, Custom JS. All right, so inside of food service, fonts, icon, JS, images. Custom JS. I mean, that's true. We should probably check out the custom JS just in case there's anything weird in there. Custom. Custom scroll bar. So this is custom scroll bar. And what else? Custom JS. So just custom in general. Okay, custom JS. Is there anything? Maybe some endpoints listed there. Yeah, I don't see. Just looking for the slashes isn't a very good way to do this. Whoa, what is this? Leostop.com? Does this exist? You know, because like, are you moving on from the box in an hour, no matter what? What do you mean by next topic? Oh, so this is the last topic of the day, and I forgot to switch up my overlays. Sorry about that. Thank you very much for following. There's am I being follow botted? I'm being follow botted by weird names. Alright, well, I mean, if this continues, I'm just going to have to hide the follows, unfortunately. Okay, so what are we doing? Let's see, topic 4. Here it is, okay. LeoStop. I'm just going to look up to see if LeoStop is a real website or not. Connection was reset. Let's see if there's a https leostop.com. This redirects to AliExpress. That's weird. Tracking.js. Suspicious. Yeah, kind of suspicious. Okay, so food service. So food service, fonts, icon, JS, CSS, images. We found a bunch of different stuff. Index.html. You know what we haven't looked at? We haven't looked at the actual landing page, because the actual landing page might have some information for us as well. Let's check it out. So this is a default page. Sometimes on these CTF challenges, there's something that's hiding in the source code. I don't think... Modified from Debian Original for Ubuntu, last updated 2016. That's a long time ago. And they're pointing us at some bugs, which could be a clue. Okay, let's check out the link that we were provided. Default page is Debian branded. Is that it? That doesn't give us very much. Oh wow, it looks like I'm being... Am I being view-botted? It feels like I'm being view-botted because there's way more viewers than are usually here. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to do some research a little bit later to see how I can resolve this view-botting problem. What difficulty is this machine? This is a medium-level machine on hackmyvm.eu. So usually I'm not doing medium-level boxes. Sandovi says, I'm scared to be honest. So if I take a look at my viewer list, it's probably going to be filled with random names. Yeah. Alright. Okay, enumeration is key. So what did we see on the web page? Modified from Debian Original for Ubuntu, last updated 2016. What version is being used? So if we knew what version... They would never leave this kind of comment unless it was actually relevant. Okay, so Yeah, so this is exactly what I'm seeing on the website. Sanavai says, to be honest, a banner doesn't need to change that often. Well, I mean, they're talking about common hacker platform over here. So this is some sort of bash script. Self-contained htaccess web shell, just part of the HT shell project. Needs chmod plus text to run, okay. Uncomment this line below for Apache 2.4 and newer. HT shell is a neat tool. I've never used it before, so I'm not too sure about that. Looks like all of the view bots have left. Thank you. So this is talking about, well, I mean, we could try this out. I don't think there's anything in the script that's going to do anything bad to our system. But you know what? We can ask the AI. Which AI should we ask? I'm pretty sure we can access DeepSeek without logging in. So we'll just ask DeepSeek really quick. Looks like we can't. Maybe we can do ChatGPT without logging in. Thank you very much for following, Molten DH. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Okay, we can ask. Let's ask, what does this shell script do? Self-contained htaccess web shell, part of the HT shell project. This is a small self-contained web shell that's designed to be dropped into a site as an .htaccess file and run as a CGI script. It lets anyone who can request this thing execute arbitrary shell commands on the server. Well, I mean, does the shell script give you access? Let's see. Why is the frog cam not moving anymore? Is it not moving anymore? Oh, I guess it is stun locked. Hold on. I'm gonna have to reset it. Hold on, everybody. Thank you very much for letting us know about that, Deefus. Much appreciated. Yeah, the thing crashed. Okay, let's bring Mr. Frog back. Okay, so hopefully he's up and running again. Let's take a look. Okay. So focused on the code, of course. But yeah, we're just... This is considered a line spanning comment in Apache and not a shell. Trailing backslash. So, I mean... Let's take a look at... Let's try the script out. Let's call this htaccess.sh. Paste the stuff in. Okay, and let's take a quick look at the script to make sure there isn't any variables that we need to plug in. Well, I mean, we would need to be able to upload this to the target in order to make it work. But I'm pretty sure we can't upload anything right now. So what do we have? So we got SMB access. Maybe Randy doesn't have a password. I don't know. Let's try it. Let's give it a try. So we know there's Randy here. Logon failure. Okay, so the name of the challenge is called Ephemeral. So I think I've heard of something called ephemeral ports before. I'm not really too sure what the concept is, but we know what we can do a quick search. Here's ChatGPT. MoltenDH says maybe there's some hidden subdirectories or domains. Yeah, we could try looking there. Is there something called ephemeral ports in computer networking? And what are they? So ephemeral ports are ports that don't... Yeah, so they're temporary short-lived ports used by client-side applications for communicating over the network. So, I mean, how do we even look for ephemeral ports? I guess we could do another scan on Nmap. But we already tried searching for all the ports already. So there's 80, 445, 292, 139. I think there might have been one more arbitrary port open. No, I don't see it. Maybe you can try enumerate web with extensions like zip, back, SQL, TXT, CGI. Yeah, that... We know that the main website is actually at the food service endpoint. Where is it? Healthy recipe food packages. This doesn't go anywhere. Free HTML templates. Well, I mean, free HTML templates. Could this be something that's vulnerable as well? Man, it feels like we did an ad just a couple minutes ago. Is there something like a header, like a different page? Maybe. Okay, we got to take a little break. We'll be back in about 60 seconds, but in the meantime, enjoy the birds. We'll be back in a little bit. Okay, let's put the birds away and get back to the hacking. Yankee Ludwig says, the site's backup might be on the root web directory. Maybe. So .back and stuff like that. Let me see if I can So sometimes Ferrex Buster is a bit much. It gives you a lot. Sometimes it gives you too much. We could also try running some WhatWeb as well. So we'll try WhatWeb on the food service directory. Okay, title spicy. Yeah, maybe we can curl this. So we can curl it, we can see if there's any custom headers. Okay, let's head that. Okay, we get 200 okay. And we don't get anything super suspicious here. Wapalizer is a good extension to use. Do I have it on here? It doesn't come installed by default. How do you spell it? Wapalizer. Okay, so we got Wapalizer here. We can add it to Firefox. Artifact, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome in. Okay, and let's go over to the website. Is it this one? This one. Okay, reload the page. Let's take a look at Wapalizer. Did it run? Okay, let's go ahead and put on some new music. Just a second, everybody. Okay, so what we're looking for, free HTML templates. So we could also see if there's some sort of vulnerability in there as well. Nope. Okay. So let's investigate the web app some more. What are we doing? Let's try some GoBuster. Is GoBuster installed? Yeah, it's installed. Okay, I need to teach myself how to use GoBuster again, because the syntax is not super intuitive. Okay, so here's the syntax for GoBuster. So you need to paste it in and then start customizing. Okay, so Henke suggested some stuff. So we're looking for text files, zip files, we're looking for SQL, CGI, some other stuff. What other back files? We haven't been given any indication that this website runs PHP, but let's give it a try. Food service. Okay, so the thing I like about GoBuster is that the interface isn't going to overwhelm you with information, which is nice. Henke also said that the backup, if there's a backup for the website, is going to be in the web root. So I'll look there next. This shouldn't take a super long time to run, so I'll just leave this in the background while we look somewhere else. Nothing on robots.txt. I don't think it exists, but we can check. So there's nothing at the food service site. Let's try the web root. Yeah, no robots.txt here. I'm gonna search for this comment specifically, because it is really suspicious. The Apache default page is in Trusty is Debian branded attached. This is Apache 2 Debian default page. Try HackMe write up. Okay, well. Ubuntu and the default page. So threads 50. I think we finished already, right? Well, I mean, it's not going to take it should be okay. We'll crank up the threads next time. So I got images, icons, CSS, JS, fonts. Okay, Launchpad bugs. Modified from the Debian original from Ubuntu. Do we look at the Try Hack Me write-up for Linux Agency to see what this could potentially lead to? It seems like it's kind of cheating. I don't know. That's misleading because it's Ubuntu, not Debian. Okay, so Debian, Ubuntu. Yeah, nothing. Default page is Debian branded. I mean, my default page is Ubuntu branded. This is Ubuntu here. Screw it. I'll look at the Try Hack Me write-up. Okay, let's just skip straight to the section which talks about this thing. Okay, do a little search. Okay, it doesn't even come up. Hold on. Am I even looking at the right thing? Modified from Debian original for Ubuntu. Let's see if this exists. If it doesn't exist, then we'll just abandon it. Phrase not found. Ubuntu? Yeah. Okay, so this is kind of a dead end then. So we finished this. We'll go ahead and we'll do the same thing, but for the web root, to see if there's anything there. And we also need to investigate whether or not there are any actual ephemeral ports. Yeah, so there's no ephemeral ports here. Got to try a couple of these VMs. Yeah, some of them are very. The site is very similar to VulnHub, so it's a lot better than VulnHub. VulnHub is a big mess. I can't use VulnHub anymore. But Vulnix is good, and HackMyVM.eu is also good. So let me point this out. So HackMyVM.eu, this is the site where I got the current machine from. The other site that I like to use for these kind of downloadable VMs is vulnix.com. They're both very good services if you want to download some virtual machines to hack against. So the NetBIOS name is Ephemeral. The last thing to do is to start looking for UDP ports. I don't like scanning for UDP ports most of the time, but sometimes you got to do it. Okay, so we'll scan for UDP ports. And we'll see what comes up. The reason why we don't like scanning against UDP ports is that it's very difficult to get a positive match because UDP ports generally don't confirm any connections. So it's hard to find UDP services. Okay, nothing here. Is there a .htaccess on this website? Let's check it out. htaccess. Forbidden, you don't have permission to access this resource. Okay, so I mean it exists, but we can't access it. JavaScript server status, food service. This should be finishing up in just a little bit. Discovered open port 137. 5353 UDP. I mean, I don't know if these are actually open or not, but we can investigate them. 137 is NetBIOS. ZeroConf is 5353. Well, I mean, these are more likely to be open because it doesn't say that they're filtered. So what is port 5353? It's very unlikely that these are actually what we need to attack, but we'll try looking on Hacktricks. Where's my search bar? MDNS, right. 5353. Didn't come back. UDP 5353. Maybe I should just Google search it. Okay, what is this port used for? Zero conf service discovery on a LAN? I wonder if there's something on hacker recipes. Hacker recipes. So hacker recipes is another good website for looking up different technologies that you can hack against. It's a very ugly looking link. How about this one? This is much better. Here you go. Okay, so we'll try searching for 5353 or zero conf. Nothing for zero conf, huh? 5053 UDP. It says RDP. Not exactly the same thing. Nope. Something tells me that this is not what we're supposed to be looking for. UDP response. So what is... NetBIOS doesn't really give us anything, does it? What port is this? 137. NBTNS. Well, I mean, if this is actually what we're supposed to be attacking, then I've got a lot of learning to do, because I've never done this kind of attack. Sometimes you gotta do a box that is way harder than you would normally do just to learn something. Okay, so food service, server status, JavaScript. There's nothing here. I mean, I guess one more thing we could do is we could start looking at the website in Burp Suite to see if there's any unusual traffic that goes back and forth. Okay, and then proxy open browser. So Burp Suite is a web app proxy tool that we're using right now. We're going to try to take a look at the website through the Burp Suite web browser. It records all the traffic that is being sent back and forth, and it might be able to give us some insight. Food service. Okay. I think from here, screenshots. Maybe Nikto can find something on Apache 2. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. That's another thing we could try. We could try feeding the website into Nikto. Okay, so Apache 2.4.41 seems to be outdated. We already checked on SearchX. I'll do it one more time, just to make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, not this version of Apache. So CSS, images. Okay, I'm really hoping it's not something inside of one of these obscure directories like images or CSS, because that'd be a bit disappointing. Food service images. Okay, menu icon, toy image, toy. There were toys. Parent directory, okay. There was also CSS. Nothing here. Sometimes the version of jQuery that's being used can be vulnerable. So it's the JavaScript directory, jQuery, and then there's another jQuery directory in here. Okay, so jQuery library, this is the version that's being used. Siva, hello. Malware development. So malware development, I mean, I think there was something called Malware College or something like that. So you have a bunch of users with the user list, use it as a password to see somebody. Oh, you know, that's a good idea. We could see if Randy used Randy as their password. Sometimes you do see that every once in a while. Okay, that's not the case here. You can run Nucleo instead of Nicto. I've never heard of Nucleo. Is it installed by default? Nucleo? Did you mean nuclei? Is it called nuclei or nucleo? And Querno Villa, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Nuclei. Oh, okay. Nuclei, I mean, I've never used this, but I can try it out just for fun. Hopefully it installs properly and okay. So nuclei, how do you run this thing? Nucleo templates are not installed. Installing. I hope this doesn't destroy my computer. Really cool tool. Okay, so I mean, I'm guessing that you would just run nuclei with the website. I mean, like host something like this. Run nuclei on a single host. Okay, so it's dash target. Is it possible to try Rocky passwords with Randy? Yeah, we were trying that. I'm pretty sure that's not the proper way to get in, but we did try doing that attack. What is it again? netexec smb, then the IP address, then the user, Randy, password, user, share wordless, rocku.txt. I think you gotta do, what do you need to do? You need to do ignore PW encoding. Decoding. Okay, so yeah. So Siva says malware development. I think there was something called like malware dev something academy. Maldev. I think it was called Maldev Academy. Yeah, advanced training for cybersecurity. let me go ahead and get that link for you. I've heard good things about this. I haven't tried it out myself. Same list of users for the password. Okay. Maldev Academy wants me to prove I'm human. That's great. Okay, here's the link. But malware development is not really something I look into, Siva. But I hope you can have some good success over there. Shito, hello, nice to see you here. Sorry I didn't see your message earlier, but hello, nice to see you here. Any free resources? I mean, if you want to develop malware, I mean, you're not developing malware to be a bad person, because we don't endorse that over here. But we've got some. We don't have malware development resources specifically. We just have a lot of let's see. I would suggest, you know what I would suggest if you want to. Okay, Siva, let me know what you already know. Do you know a lot about low-level programming languages? Do you program in C? I'm not too sure what your background is, but what I would say in general is go over to Pongot College and then start doing the courses over there. I would cover the stuff over at Pone College. Ephemeral describes any temporary, short-lived, or designed to disappear after a set period. Ephemeral data storage, credentials, environments. So to anybody who's looking to get into hacking stuff, Pone College has some of the best resources around. But the reason why I don't cover this stuff is because they don't allow people to live stream their stuff or to make YouTube videos about their stuff. But otherwise, it's a very good resource. CSE students, and I know C and C++. Yeah, so I think same thing. Pone College is probably a good place to start. Go and finish the courses over there on binary X and reverse engineering. It would probably be a good starting point. Aside from that, you can try some of the learning resources. I pasted those in, right? No, I didn't yet. Okay, let me get those. Okay, so education resources over here. So yeah, we're just doing our brute force attack to get Randy's password. And wow, it's already another break, huh? Alright everybody, let's take a little break. Let's put on my favorite birds. These are my favorite bird videos. Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Enjoy the music. Okay, let's put the birds away and get back to the hacking. All right, everybody, we've been stuck here for a while. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get a hint. So our good friend Tyler over at HackSmarter And I'll give, Chris says, what kind of birds are they? So these are Stellar's jays. Let me give you a overview. So these are Stellar's jays. They're basically the blue jay of the West Coast. Blue jays usually hang out on the East Coast. So on the East Coast there are blue jays, on the West Coast there are Stellar's jays. Yeah, they're a bird native to western North America and the mountains of Central America. Closely related to the blue jay, but they're a different thing. Anyways, so our good friend Tyler over at Hack Smarter, he said that when you get stuck, it's okay to look at write-ups to get unstuck. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at a write-up, I'm going to get myself unstuck, and then we'll stop reading the write-up as soon as we get unstuck. So this is what we're going to do. We're just going to go over to Ephemeral. We got our write-ups over here. I'll pick one in English, and then we'll get ourselves unstuck. Okay, so Ephemeral2 medium level challenge. We just need to, so there's food service. enum for Linux, we've already done this, okay? MFS console and use the SMB login module to crack the Randy password. Huh. They actually broke in by cracking... They actually broke in by getting Randy's password. So we're kind of on the right track. Okay, so I'll just close this out. If that's actually... Wait, you know what? Never mind. Before we quit out, I just want to make sure that that's actually the way in. Fractory says, the ad froze and I had to refresh to see the stream. Well, welcome back. Okay, so food service, enum for Linux. Okay, so log into the SMB share using Randy's password. I mean, if Randy's password is this, are we going to be able to... Is this in our RockU word list? Because if it's not in the RockU word list, then we're not going to be able to brute force this. Matthew Welty, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so let me go ahead and take a look. User share word lists rocku.txt, and then we're going to grep for this term. Okay, I mean, this term exists, but how far into the word list is this? Do it live. Hey, nice to see you here, Frackery. Welcome to the stream. And Matthew Welty, thank you and welcome to the stream. Okay, so we got ourselves... So the word list... Okay. If we know that the word list is here, I'm just going to create a little word list to... This is SMB scanning. It's kind of crazy. RockU has everything. It has what it has. Nano pass.txt. So we'll put a couple of entries in. So test1 password wow roller skates HackerFrogs test 1 2 3 4 5 thing HT. Okay. Found the credentials, was on bio. Was on bio? Oh, no worries, no worries. Yeah, no, I'm just, we took a look at a write-up to get ourselves unstuck. So brute force attack, we're running it over here. I'm just wondering if we would be able to find it if we ran it like this. Okay, where is netexec? Netexec. Yeah, this doesn't work. It doesn't work if we use netexec. Okay. So no, nuclei. Let me take a look. No, that was Nikto. Where did I run nuclei? Nuclei target. So I'm kind of disappointed. I'm disappointed that netexec wasn't able to get the brute force attack. Hold on. I'm trying to use nuclei. Okay, so use nuclei. And I guess it's running. We'll leave this running for a little bit. Okay, so maybe what other tool could we use for SMB brute forcing? SMB brute forcing, I guess we could use Hydra. Okay, so brute force attack. Yeah, this isn't going to work. Let's Hydra and then SMB. Okay, so Target does not support SMB version 1. SMB version 1. SQL map? Well, I mean, not in this case. I'm just trying to. I know what the way forward is. I just need to figure out which tool we would use to arrive at the answer naturally. SMB. What other service could we use to brute force? Does not support SMB version 1. How about Potato? Okay, let's. I haven't used Potato before, but let's give it a try. SQL map is always the answer. Potato SMB brute. Okay, so Potato, is it installed by default? Potato. Yep, it is installed by default. Okay, so available modules, SSH. Where's the SMB one? So SMB login? How do we do this? So Potato multi-purpose. Oh, you know what else I could try? I could try using my favorite tool, ncrack. Ncrack is a really old brute forcing tool. Let's see if I can get it working. Okay, Sandovice says, so the lesson would be some tools work and others don't, despite having the same end. Yeah, I'm not too sure why netexec didn't work in this case. It definitely works for Windows, but I'm not too sure. Okay, so let's get some ncrack. The lesson would be, yeah. So users.txt, rocku.txt. We need to supply a port number, 445, and a protocol, which is SMB. I thought this would be verbose. Usually when usually when a program runs verbose, we can see what's going on, but we can't see what's going on here. I can't even tell if it's working or not. Okay, so users.txt. We'll leave this running for a little bit. Brute force attack, web app. Okay. So who was asking about this? So this was Quernovilla. Quernovilla. Okay, so found one template with syntax error. Nuclei version is this. Okay, we're running SSH auth methods. Auth methods. Huh. Nuclei isn't just... I thought nuclei was just web stuff. But apparently... Oh, so it's just an auto-scanning. It's an auto-scanning program. So it ran all this. It's a better version of Nikto. Everyone is using it. Well, SMB anonymous access, JavaScript high. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this does seem pretty cool. I'll have to. This does seem like a very cool tool. Thank you very much, Cuervo Novilla. Let's see. So this is HTTP. Yeah, this is all SMB stuff over here. Yeah, this is StarCraft 2 music. 2 pages to download the VM. Oh yeah. These are... Okay, let's... What time is it right now? Okay, let's give ourselves another 45 minutes. And then after 45 minutes, we'll call it a day. I just need to figure out how we can arrive naturally at brute force in the SMB. So ncrack, yeah. For some reason, I don't think ncrack is going to work. Okay, so, yeah, I'm not too sure why it doesn't... hold on, need to have a little water. Okay, let's try just... So we've got the short list that includes the actual password. It's always a good idea to test anonymous access on any SMB that you find. Yeah, we did test for anonymous access. There is anonymous access, but it doesn't give you access to very much. But you know what? It did give us access to the users list, which was pretty good. Huh. Why doesn't this return? There's only like 5 or 6 passwords on that list. Why does it take so long? Okay, so... Let's try without the ignore password decoding. Yeah. Okay, so in the write-up, where we tried to get ourselves unstuck, where was that? They were using SMB, the MetaX SMB login script. Yeah, that one. That one. I wonder why this works while the other brute forcers aren't working. hold on. Let me try it out over here. So I don't use the meta tool very often, because I usually try to find alternatives, but every once in a while you need to use something from here. Okay, so I think the module is called SMB login. Well, I mean, I tried using Hydra. Here, I'll let you see what I encountered. What was it? Here? Yeah. So this is service server. So this is SMB at this thing. Does not support SMB v1. So is there something for what version of SMB is being used? I should probably figure that out right now. SMB v1 false. SMB v1 false. So can we do... Okay, where are we? Okay, search SMB login. SMB login. Okay, so you use this thing. Options. R port. So we need to set the R host. R hosts. Set R hosts. This thing. And then SMB user. Set SMB user Randy. And SMB pass. So I mean, we'll just pass it the set SMB pass temp pass.txt run. Failed? Wait, does not exist? Randy. Oh, this is okay. So I need to give it a user a password file. So pass file, I think. Pass file. Okay, let's go back. Okay, I mean, this worked. This different because it's Samba, not Windows. Like, it's a different version for Samba. Yeah, I mean, apparently you gotta treat it a little bit differently when you're dealing with Samba. I mean, the good thing is that we're able to bypass this stuff if we use the MetaX module. Anyways, okay, so we can continue. We can continue on from where we were. So we know that Randy's password is... What was it again? Poggiato? Poggiaco? Is this a word in some sort of Eastern European language? I'm not too sure. Poggiaco. Not in Spanish. It's not in Spanish. Actually, you know what? We can figure it out pretty quick by going over to Google Translate. So detect language. For the sake of this is Basque. Where do they speak Basque again? Basque is like a Spanish dialect, right? Northern Spain. Yeah, okay. South French. South French. I'm sure some people get really offended if you called it that. Anyways, okay, so this is how we would find it, huh? That's funny. Okay, so SMB login failure. Huh. So you're just not able to access this user. Am I? So is it just that netexec isn't going to work? Yeah, netexec doesn't work. I guess it's because this is Samba. Any command on netexec to specify this is Samba version 1. Netexec help Samba. Sorry, grep Samba. Okay, let me do a quick search. Netexec. Netexec Samba. That's not how you spell Samba. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Okay, so if this is the case, then maybe we can use enum for Linux. So we need the username Randy, password, SMB client. Well, I mean, yeah, to directly access the shares, we would use SMB client. Can't find workgroup / domain. But can we get information? Looking up status, no reply. Doesn't allow session using username Randy and password. I need to double check that this is the correct password. Yeah, that is the correct password. Why are you not asking ChatGPT this? Your lack of AI is disturbing the force. You know what? Okay. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of asking the AI. Where are we? Too many tabs open. This is bothering me. Here. Okay. Let's ask a question. How can we use netexec to test a Linux server using Samba, the version of SMB is not SMB v1. So this last step is brute forcing the Randy user's password. Yeah, apparently we need to get in by brute forcing Randy's password, but we weren't able to find a good method of brute forcing the password. Because netexec wasn't able to brute force the password, and I can't browse right now to pull up a specific third-party tool named netexec. Oh. Discover fingerprint the SMB dialect, SMB2 or SMB3. Okay, so we can SMB client force a dialect to test. So SMB2, SMB3. Okay, well, we can give this a try. I have to tell the AI that you own both of the servers. Maybe, yeah. Brute force is not enumeration, the box tricked you. I think what we're supposed to do is we're supposed to figure out what the version of SMB being used is. So in this case, was it ephemeral? Ephemeral? This is Randy. And we need to give IP address. Okay, so no compatible protocol selected by server. So this is not SMB3, this is probably SMB2. Unable to connect with SMB1, no workgroup available. No compatible protocol selected by server. And say please and thank you before every question or it'll murder you 10 years from now. Yeah, that's something we gotta be careful about, huh? Okay, so ephemeral server Samba Ubuntu. Okay, well how about we try using nmap? So can we use nmap to get the version of SMB used by the server? This isn't something I look for. This isn't something I usually look for, so I've never had to do this stuff. Edwin Sebs says, what up, Stryhat? Congratulations for 5K subs. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, 5K subscribers on YouTube. I really should be SMB protocols. So script SMB protocols. Okay. Let me give this a try. Verbose SMB OS discovery. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dan's L. Welcome to the stream. And you know what? We haven't done in a while. We haven't done a Hack the Planet. Let's give everybody a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, we haven't done... We have to do a little break right now, but enjoy the squirrel. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to wait out the ads on Twitch. Okay, so yeah, I mean, if I was just doing this box normally, I would not have gotten past the part where we brute force the credentials. This is something, I guess this is lesson learned. I need to learn the lesson that when we're dealing with Samba, that we need to use different tools. Anyways, put the squirrel away, get back to the task at hand. SME client, server share, user, password. Yeah, I just need to figure out how we would discover the version of SMB being used naturally first, because otherwise it's going to bug me. Okay, so host script results, SMB protocols, dialects. So this is version 2 and version 3. So how do we specify version 2 or version 3 with version 2 or version 3 with netexec? So okay, let's go back. netexec SMB version 2. Entering hosts with SMB signing not required. SMB on hacker recipes. Alternative with nmap. Alternative with nmap? So how do we specify the version? Yeah. SMB, so which version number? Version? Or just SMB 2.0? SMB 3.0? Okay, so if we're using our favorite tool, enum for Linux, how can we specify a version of SMB? Don't see anything. There's also SMB, no, enum for Linux next generation. So enum for Linux, is it NG? Yeah, it's called enum for Linux NG. It's not installed. Is it not installed? We have to install it. Okay, well, maybe not then. But nuclei, thank you very much for letting me know about nuclei, Corvo Nebula. So how would we enumerate this thing? So there's SMB client. Can you specify which version, which protocol, which version of the protocol to use? Okay, let's try asking the AI. Maybe it'll know. Okay, so we want to. We are doing. Hello. We are doing a CTF exercise against a server running in SMB Samba server. We want to specify SMB v2 when we connect using tools like SMB client and enum for Linux. How do we do that? Stay logged out, please. Okay, you can force SMB2 when below reliable practical ways to do that for SMB client. and for enum for Linux. Okay, so SMB client explicit dialect -m to set the SMB protocol dialect. I mean, if it works, if it works, I'm hoping it does. Okay, let's try this out. Let's try it out. Hopefully it does. But Sandevice, thank you very much for giving us the that info. Okay, we're looking for Randy. Target. Okay, so I mean, was it lying? Because it doesn't seem to be working. Had a little problem with something, I had to switch versions. Yeah, SMB map to see if we can get the version. We got the version with the nmap script. So the nmap script was able to see that it speaks 2 well, SMB protocols 2 and SMB protocols 3. Maybe we should try 3. SMB 3. It still says no workgroup available. I guess the workgroup is going to be ephemeral. Ephemeral. Yeah, it still says unable to connect with SMB1, but we don't want to connect with SMB1. Okay, so thank you very much, Querno Novilla. Let me take a look at what else the AI is telling us here. So force SMB2, and then mount, and then enum for Linux, client min protocol, client max protocol. So editor create. We need to. Oh, geez. I hate going into wrapper script. Notes and pitfalls. Okay, so let me try what Sandev. Henkuro says netexec should work with all versions. I think this seems like the SMB is misconfigured. I mean, usually I don't have a problem using netexec to interact with Samba, but in this case, yeah, there could be something misconfigured, not sure. But thank you and welcome to the stream, Hankeros. Okay, let's... So SMB client, server share. Let's try... So the server is this. The share, I'm not too sure which share we're accessing. Probably the yeah, this does logon failure. So Unix, Samba, Ephemeral. So yeah, I'm using netexec here. It accepts like null sessions. SMB map. If we get the names of the shares, we can get them. So for example, Office Pro something something, the printer here. We could try feeding this into SMB client. Oh, is that not the way you do it? Workgroup domain. Workgroup domain. Oh, dash user. User. Is it you? It's you, right? Is it capital U? Okay, now I'm in. That worked. We just needed to specify. I'm really frustrated that netexec doesn't work for this. All right, what is in here? So there's nothing in here. There's nothing in here. Okay, let's exit then. What were the other? There's like a print. Is it slash print? So print $. Well, I mean, if we're in anything good. Okay, so we got into the print share here. There doesn't seem to be anything here though. Well, I mean, I guess these could be lying. I'm not too sure. What were the other shares? So the other shares were sysadmin. Oh, maybe, yeah, if we can get into the sysadmin directory as Randy, it's probably the way to get access. Okay, well, there's stuff in here. We can download that. Get star? No? What was it? mget star? Okay, so we got that stuff. Let's take a look at reminder.txt. Hey Randy, I just set up the SMB like you asked me to. I left a file for you if you ever need help accessing your SMB share. For now, all of your shares are going to be under sysadmin. Didn't we just come from there? To be honest, Samba game reminds me of similar headaches when trying to access my Windows from my Linux. I mean, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Alright, so we just looked at reminder.txt and then we downloaded help.txt. What? Let's check smb.configuration might most likely a password. There are commands in here. You know, I'll check these out later. Let's take a look at the configuration. Path home Randy SMB share. Magic script. SMB magic script. I've seen this before. Yeah. I don't remember the exact command you used to. So magic script basically lets you run. It lets you run shell scripts. Frackery, hello. Works of a wizard. Yeah. So magic scripts mean that you can run. Okay. Let me magic script. Let me look at my write-ups. I think I've encountered this before. So it's like SMB magic script. Let me see if I can find something in hacker recipes. Okay, so SMB magic script. Let's just try searching for this manually. SMB magic script. Misconfigurations in SMB servers. Yeah, so the magic script option allows for the execution of a script when files are written to the share. Let's do a little more reading. Okay. Magic script option of any identified shares is available, and the same share has both read and write permissions. A reverse shell script can be written, saved as the same name as the magic script option, then uploaded to this particular share. Execution of the script. So we need to make a script that has the same name as smbscript.elf. So we're just going to make one. And what do we put in there? We put in like a reverse shell payload. Let's get a reverse shell payload from RevShells. Okay, so I think this is my IP address on port 443. This is a basic bash shell, or it's an sh shell, but it's okay. Sh shells are about as good. Okay. Save that out. There's my magic script. I need to run a remote shell, what was it called? Listener. So I run rl wrap with netcat and listen on port 443. And thank you very much for following. Just hanging around. Welcome to the stream. Sorry for getting to your follow late. Let's give you a nyan cat. Okay, so the magic script should run immediately on uploading to a share. And in this case, we've got access to so we've created. Wait, did we save that out? I don't think we saved it. Where'd I put that thing? Yeah. Oh, I put it in the wrong directory. All right, let's move it. Let's move it to the correct directory. Okay, so it's here. smbscript.elf. So we're just going to upload this, and it should execute as soon as we upload it. Where's my SMB client? Okay, put this thing. Unsuccessful closing remote file. Anti-status unsuccessful. Which... Okay, so maybe we can't write to this directory. Yeah, okay. So unsuccessful. Was there a specific directory? So path home randy smb share, magic script smb script.elf. So it should be read only, yes, guest okay, no. Let's try one of the other shares. So sysadmin, we'll try the print one. We'll try putting it in here. NT access, status access denied. Okay, so this one says NT status access denied, but the other one had a different error message. See, the other error message was NT status unsuccessful closing remote file. So maybe the sysadmin directory was the one that we were supposed to upload to, but I'm not too sure why it didn't work. Maybe we need to go into another directory here. SU, switch users. I don't know. I don't know if that's what we're supposed to do. We can just move into any one of these random directories. PCC. Oriba says, "How's the hacks? We're hacking. We came across a weird issue where we weren't able to do our brute forcing. We don't have another user's password. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure we're supposed to be acting as this Randy user. Okay, let's try putting the thing again. Access, NT access denied. Okay, so let's try the sysadmin directory again. So password for this. We try putting this thing here. Unsuccessful closing remote file. I mean, can we put other files in here? Yeah, this works. We can write to this directory, but I don't really understand why we were not able to upload our script. So what does this status actually mean? NT status unsuccessful. Maybe the name of the script upload and change the name. Not too sure what the OS or the box is. So this is Linux. It's a Linux Samba, but it's, yeah, and it's got some, okay. Magic script. This is what we're trying to use right now. We got a weird error message, and I just want to figure out what this SMB error message means. NT status unsuccessful closing remote file. Okay, so when working with Samba shares typically indicates a problem on how the client and server are handling file locks and permissions. Okay. Configure Samba to ignore hidden files. What's the Samba version? So Samba version, I think it's just needs remote destination. If I were, well, I mean, we can put all the other files. Okay, because I mean we've got write access. The problem is when we try to put our elf file in here, So it's a specific file that it's having problems with. So, I mean, we've got it in our current directory. The Samba version, I think this is Samba version 4. Check the firewalls. Network connectivity. Oh boy. SMB configuration. So the SMB configuration is where I figured out that there's a magic script available here. So writable yes, browsable yes, read only no, guessed okay no. So this is, yeah, this is the correct file share. So this is sysadmin. And I've got the name of the magic script is correct. So I don't understand what's going on. Okay, well, browsable yes, writable yes, read only no. smbscript.elf is the magic script. Writing permission was the problem I had. I mean, we don't have write permission issues because we were able to write another file. Something to do with the version mismatch. SMB. Maybe it's got something to do with help.txt. Because help.txt had some... So we're supposed to SMB, are we supposed to use this tool, SMB mount? Not sure, not sure. Okay, we've kind of run out of time because I don't want to stream super late. Thank you very much for accompanying me on my struggling journey, trying to figure out how SMB works on Linux. Lots of fun. This is only the first stream of 3 streams that we're going to be doing this week. And Quiver Novella says, nice meeting you. Nice meeting you, Quiver Novella. And thank you very much for letting me know about Nuclei. It's, I'll be testing it out in the next coming weeks, probably. Okay, so this was Monday's stream. We got Wednesday's stream as well. This is going to be Web App Wednesday. We're going to be checking out XSS stuff and trying to learn more. And we're going to be learning more Python. So this is going to be on Wednesday. We're also going to be doing some Alla Cyber web app challenges. And yeah. First time watching the stream, new to cybersecurity. Drims, hey! New to cybersecurity. Let me know what you already know and how long you've been learning cybersecurity. Because I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Oh, you know what? If you want to ask some questions, why don't you go over to the Discord server? Here's the Discord. Okay, so the Wednesday stream is going to be web apps. That's going to be in a couple of days. And then on Friday, we're going to be doing hacker history over at HackerFrogs. We're going to be doing Python Basics. We're going to be learning about software hacking challenges. And we're going to be doing the Narnia labs over at overthewire.org. So don't miss out on that. Before we go, let's go ahead and take a look at who's streaming right now. So InfoSec streams. If you want to learn about all the coolest InfoSec people who are streaming, wow, Slyborg is streaming right now. Awesome. Slyborg is an InfoSec student, and she is very enthusiastic about learning cybersecurity stuff. She also does gaming and Minecraft and Don't Starve, fun stuff like that. And let's see what she's up to right now. Post-study stream shenanigans. Server, yeah, so she's got a Minecraft server apparently. We'll see what she's up to in about 2 seconds. Okay, so Slyborg is playing Minecraft, but you know what? That's okay. Let's go ahead and raid into Slyborg's channel. When you arrive on Slyborg's channel, if you could give this message over here, OSFrog, hip hop hack, OSFrog, just like this, I would really appreciate it. Okay, so everybody, we're getting ready to raid. How do you spell Slyborg's name? It is difficult. Just a second, everybody. Okay, everybody. Hope to see you on Wednesday. But if not, then happy hacking, everybody. HackerFrogs ready to raid in 3, 2, 1. HackerFrogs out.